Hello, hello YouTube. Boobity boo 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 boo. Let's get this so that you can see everything. There we go. And let's just get you right over there and give her a good little stretch. Okay, perfect. That'll do for now. I'll edit that more later. So, Angelic, first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, doing good. Obviously, everything running a little bit late today, but...
Right.
So, as I was saying earlier, this lesson is going to be more focused on me getting to know you, me getting to know your voice, where you're currently at with things, and all of that sort of stuff. So to start off with, if I give you a little bit of information about me, let me make this real quick. Boop. And okay, perfect. Yes, so to start you off, firstly, as you've gathered by now, my name's Zara. I've been teaching for about 6 months or so. In my own vocal journey, it took me about maybe like 6 months or so, or no, like 8 months or so to develop the voice you're hearing now, and a couple of months to bring that into like a full-time thing that I use all the time. So that can give you some kind of angle on how long these sorts of things take. I'm not a medical professional. That's a really important thing to know. In all of our lessons, I am never ever like giving you medical advice. None of this is treatment for anything. All I'm doing right now is teaching you a skill. It's kind of like getting a guitar lesson or something. I'm teaching you how to do a thing so then you can implement that into your day-to-day life. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Cool. Okie dokie then. So a little bit about, my pronouns are she, her, just in case that comes up. And yeah, Zara. Cool. Okay, a little bit about yourself though. Firstly, how should I be referring to you?
I'm she, her as well. Call me Jasmine if you want, or Angelic. I'm not fussed. Jazz.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to know.
So, how about? So, firstly, how's transition going? Is everything going okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's just waiting.
Yeah.
I've been out for surprisingly 5 years.
Oh wow.
I only just started voice training.
Cool. And when we say we're out for 5 years, is that like full time, all of life, or is that like around friends and stuff?
Probably like the first 6 months, probably just friends, but otherwise after that, family and yeah. And I've been on the waiting list for like 4 years for HRT.
Yeah, sure. Okie dokie then. Boobity boo 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 boo. And family and that are like supportive of stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Okie dokie then. So to bring this back into relevancy, in terms of our practice, how much, so as I teach you different things, the more you're able to use them in your life, the better. Now, for most people, this is looking like just sort of around the house and stuff. But if you are in a situation where you've been a lot more publicly out, and you have been for a long time, it might be something that you're able to do, if you feel comfortable doing, where as you learn stuff, you modify your voice and continue it through all your life. That's definitely the fastest and best way to learn, but socially it can be difficult for people. So where would you be fitting on that sort of scale?
So I've been out about that.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to my friends and family about it,
Mm-hmm.
and I was supposed to start last year, but it's more of a confidence thing.
Yeah, sure.
But when I'm home alone, I try to practice.
Okay.
But I've been meaning to do it in front of people more to get used to it.
Okay then, so if I was to ask you to implement what I start teaching you in your real life, do you think that would be viable? I guess the question is like, if we're being like super like honest about it, would you actually end up doing it if I asked you to? And it's valid if you say no here.
I definitely would try to. I definitely would.
Okay. That's good. I can use that then.
Probably with close friends, I probably would.
Okay, that's super useful. That won't become relevant in this session, but in later sessions it definitely will. And how much does voice dysphoria affect you? I'm mainly looking at like when you're practicing and learning different things. We make a lot of different sounds. Some of them might sound to you more masculine, some might sound more feminine. We usually try to keep things very clinical and like non-gendered at the start. It's only when we start implementing everything together that a gendering starts to build. But still, because we are doing some weird sounds, some people can find that dysphoria can be an issue. So yeah, have you had any experience with anything like that happening?
Yeah, I guess, but it's mainly me thinking I'm, I guess, being annoying. In front of, like,
sure. Yeah.
But otherwise, no, I don't know. I'm very keen to focus on it because to me, it really needs to be done. So.
Yeah. Okie dokie. And do you have any ideas about the goals? Obviously, you told me that we're going for feminization. Do you have anything more specific than that at the moment? Or are we just in that broad category for now?
Yeah, just at the moment.
Okay, in the future, it might be good to think about what kind of feminine voice you'd like then. You can think about listening to different celebrities that speak or different like friends and family. Listen to what their voices sound like and just see what, beyond the level of just feminine, like what kind of feminine, because obviously every female voice you hear probably sounds a bit different. They all have their unique aspects. So in the future, it'd be definitely a good idea to have a think about more specifically what kind of feminine voice you'd like to end up with. Early on, though, we'll be mostly focusing on the feminization stuff. Fab. And how much talking do you reckon you do day to day? I'm talking like less than an hour, a few hours a day, more than that.
I don't know actually. Probably because I'm a chef. And
Oh
I'm
wow,
at
cool.
college and at work as well. So now and again I do a bit of, well, not shouting, but like calling for service and stuff. And now and again I talk to people at work in college. So
yeah, okay. So probably about a normal
I'd say
amount.
average.
Maybe even a bit more than average if you're working as a chef, because I know you guys talk a lot in restaurants during service. Okay, that's totally fine. I'm mainly concerned about people that are like talking very little day to day, because we can have some issues popping up there.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Do we have any allergies?
No.
No.
Not that I know.
Cool. Any smoking or vaping? No. Cool. Rough idea of alcohol consumption?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay.
No, not a lot at all.
I mainly ask about just because alcohol can dehydrate us quite a lot. Caffeine?
I normally have about 4, maybe 5 coffees a week.
A week?
Not
Okay, that's not
much,
too bad.
yeah.
So maybe like 1 or less than 1 a day.
Yeah, I normally have 1 a day, but some days
One a
I
day.
skip. Like today.
Yeah, sure. Ideally, if we can be skipping those on days where you have lessons with me, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because as you might have heard from the workshops, caffeine will dehydrate you and can irritate the vocal tract just a little bit. Sugar. Like a low, medium, high. I don't need like numbers.
If I am doing like training or a lesson, then I'll try and reduce it. I won't have any.
Yeah, sounds good. Okie dokie. Boo, 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 boo. And hydration, the important one. How much are we drinking of just like water day to day? Your coffees do not count.
I always try and drink a lot because obviously hydration is very important, especially with voice training. So I've been trying to drink a lot more this year.
Yeah.
So I'm always making sure I have a full glass at my desk.
Cool. Do you reckon you're drinking maybe 2 litres a day? Or 2.5 litres a day? Or more?
Yeah, I definitely try to, yeah.
Yeah, okie dokie. I would say if you can, try and get a rough idea of how much you're drinking in litres, just to give you an idea of like knowing how much is actually happening and whether you're getting it right. Generally, we want to aim for about 2 to 2.5 litres a day. When you do come towards HRT, if you are prescribed spironolactone, you might find yourself needing to drink a bit more because spironolactone is a diuretic, so it'll make you pee more. Cool, okie dokie, let's start talking voice then. So, what's your familiarity with voice at the moment?
Probably this. This is probably my normal. I do have a video of like, because I have voice tools. Yeah. So when I do train at home by myself, I go with that, and I've recorded before that.
Yeah, cool. So necessary disclaimer about voice tools. Always, it can be useful as just like a recording app, and it can give you like lines as prompts. Always remember though, completely ignore all the gendering stuff on voice tools. The reasoning being is that voice tools is only able to gauge your pitch. That's why on that little graph it's showing it in hertz. But as we'll talk about through the course of your lessons, and as you come to understand, pitch has almost no implication to gender. It barely affects it whatsoever. So for example, right now I have quite a low pitch. It's not that far from yours. Like if I bring things back to my unmodified, that was barely a pitch change whatsoever. If I literally just go like, now I'm back over to here, there was zero pitch change there. So pitch change has very little to do with it. Again, if I bring things back over to here and just increase the pitch, and now I'm talking over here, but this doesn't really sound any more feminine. It's going to be the other things that we start to work on that bring that feminine gendering to the voice. Yeah? So that's the deal with pitch. Cool, okie dokie. And do you have much of an understanding of the things that we actually do to feminize a voice? Or like one of some of the key aspects?
And fullness. Well, fullness isn't that size? It's to do with size.
Kinda. Okay. You can say more if you want to say more.
Pitch.
Okay, sounds like we need a bit of a fuller explanation then. So, there's a few key things that we're going to be looking at when it comes to changing the gendering of a voice. We're going to be, weight is a good one to have noted, yeah? We'll talk about what testosterone does for a moment. So, in the vocal tract, during puberty, if you have had a testosterone-based puberty, your vocal tract would have been exposed to testosterone. As your vocal tract is exposed to testosterone, the larynx, this is that big box of cartilage there, people call it the voice box, it's where Adam's apple is, that big load of cartilage expands, okay? So the space inside, like the volume, gets bigger, okay? It goes outwards and it goes downwards. Cool. We also have the vocal folds themselves. They're sat inside of the larynx. So we call these vocal cords. The vocal folds are what produce the sound in the first place. And they get a bit thicker and they stretch out a bit. What all this means is by stretching out a bit, that typically has people moving their pitch a little bit. So on average, male speakers speak at about an octave lower than feminine speakers. Although, as I said, the pitch just doesn't actually affect things that much. The reason that pitch doesn't affect things that much is because as people talk, they naturally move their pitch around all the time. So we don't really have like a super hardcore association with the gendering of it, unlike the other things that don't really change at all as you're speaking. So going back to the testosterone stuff, that vocal fold thickening, okay, so they get longer and they get thicker. That thickening is going to add a bit of meatiness to your voice. It adds a buzziness to your voice, a heaviness to your voice, some people will describe it as. So that's where people use this idea of perceptual vocal weight, where they're saying because of that extra vocal fold mass that's engaging, we now have a buzzier sound being produced, and so we're going to call that vocal weight because it kind of sounds heavier. At the opposite end, if you hadn't had that testosterone exposure, it would sound lighter. We'll give some demonstrations on that later. Boo, 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 boo. And that larger larynx, okay? The main thing going on there is if you have a sound being made, so those vocal folds are making a sound and they're inside of that box, okay? If you make a sound inside the box, the sound takes on the shape of the box and the size of the box, okay? So if I now get a bigger box and tap on it, I've made the same sound. I'm still tapping with my nail on wood, but because we have a much larger chamber that sound is in, the sound takes on the size of that chamber. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So there's going to be our main things that we're looking at. The idea of fullness, just because you mentioned it, is when weight is in synchronicity with fullness. When they're like, when your weight is in balance with your size, okay, the two are going to sound normal together, all right? But let's say if we had a really small size, but a really heavy vocal weight, things sound a bit more discordant, a bit more just odd. Same vice versa. If you had like a really large vocal tract while having a really light vocal weight, then it's going to sound a bit odd. It will sound kind of hollow. We could think of like Winnie the Pooh. What does Winnie the Pooh say? I do love honey. All of those sorts of things. So that's what's going on there. You don't need to memorize all of that right now because you'll be reminded of this as we go through all the lessons where we go through all these things. So it sounds like we're pretty new to doing voice work. Have you done any work on your voice so far?
Only at like home and like not that many times. So.
What work have you done?
Well, I've tried to work on pitch and a bit of rate as well.
Yeah.
So a bit lighter.
Okie dokie then. Have you been doing any SOVTs, semi-occluded vocal tract exercises?
I haven't.
No. Okie dokie. Yeah, no worries. Let's go over SOVTs real quick then. So this is what I usually start my new students on. And it sounds like you're reasonably new, so we'll start you here. SOVTs are semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. The first thing I'll say is they're not going to change your voice at all. They're going to do nothing to the sound. What they're going to do is teach you really good, healthy vocal habits. So when we move into our other voice work, you're going to have those healthy habits as you move into them. And we're not going to have less issues of strain, less issues of you potentially hurting yourself. Or it's a safety thing. So the idea behind a SOVT, okay, it's a big, long word, semi-occluded vocal tract exercise. It's a whole big acronym. It's not as like crazy as it sounds. All we're doing is semi-occluded means, I need to remember to plug my camera in before it runs out of charge. Yes, semi-occluded just means partially closed. So partially closed vocal tract exercise. Somewhere in the vocal tract, it's a partial closure. The idea being that for your vocal folds to make sound, you have air pushing through those vocal folds up. That sound then bounces around and then eventually exits your mouth. Okay, that's how you like make sound. Now, if you think about what's happening there, as the air is pushing through the vocal folds, that's a lot of air pressure they're under. They're being forced open and it's pushing through. So that's a lot of pressure. So what we can do about that, if we're stretching out and we're trying to like warm up and exercise and stretch out, all that pressure is going to be a problem. So to reduce that pressure, we can do these SOVTs. We have that partial closure, okay? So as that air pressure pushes up, it hits that barrier and starts turning around and pushing back again. Yeah? Those two forces are then acting against each other. So now we have some air pushing back and air pushing up. So that air pushing back is going to cancel out some of the air pushing up, just to reduce that pressure on your vocal folds. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. So there's a huge amount of ways we can do this, because all we need is a blockage in the vocal tract. The most popular one, because it creates quite a lot of, it creates a really good blockage, is the lip trill. Okay, it sounds like this. Can you give that a go?
Yeah.
Try again.
It stops at one point. Yeah.
Try again, see if you can sustain it. Good, well done, well done, well done, well done. It sounds like we're pushing quite forcefully, and it's messing with your ability to keep that lip trill going. So try to like ease off a little bit for the lip trill. But generally that sounded pretty good. You were like almost perfect. If you do find yourself struggling to sustain it, just push in on your cheeks a little bit. It'll mean that there's less space in your mouth. The volume of your mouth goes down, so it's easier to keep that pressure stable. Okay, so it'd be like is the idea. Do you want to give that a go? Let me know if it's any easier. Sounded better. How did it feel?
Yeah, it felt a bit better.
Yeah,
I still
good.
like sort of lost at the end.
Yeah, if you're brand new to this, don't worry. You're going to struggle a bit, but as you keep practicing, you'll get more consistent with it. Softies, or specifically lip trills, are really nice, because if you're doing them wrong, you'll hear that something's going wrong. And you'll never hurt yourself by doing something wrong. You'll just not get the maximal benefit from it. And usually the things that go wrong are the sound cuts out, or the trill, the lips stop trilling, okay? So just look out for those happening. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a little stretch out, okay? So what I need to do is imagine your pitch is going to be here. This is like your middle pitch, okay? And we're just going to stretch out slowly. And then each trill we do, we're going to go out more and more and more, okay? Until eventually we hit the maximum ranges of your pitch. I want you going both high and low, okay? We're expanding in both directions. It's going to sound like this to start you off. In fact, if you just want to copy me, and we'll go one at a time, all right? You got it?
Your voice is cut out.
Oh, did it? Oh, yes. Okay, Discord settings. Boopity boop boop boo. Let's spend a moment going to Discord settings. This might mess with what you guys see on the stream, but yeah. So user settings,
Sensitivity.
voice and video. Yep. Input sensitivity. Set that. If you need to, drag it all the way to the left. Then echo cancellation needs to be turned off, and noise suppression set to none. Okie dokie. Okay, so now it should sound like this. You have that better? Oh, I lost sound for you. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Good, good. Your sound cut off briefly there. But I think it was your mic, not you.
Change the settings.
Which is odd. Is it your echo cancellation or maybe your noise suppression? Because your input sensitivity looks correct to me.
Echo cancellation is.
It's on, it needs to be turned off.
Okay.
And then the crisp noise cancellation, or whatever that bit's called, that bit wants to set to none. It's just below the echo cancellation. Yeah?
Okay.
Cool, cool, okay. Try to relax with it a bit more and slow it down. It's okay, try again. Good, good. Well done. Good, well done. Okay, and we're going to speed up a little bit as we go further out so we don't run out of air. Can you try again going a bit further? A little bit higher pitch, a little bit lower pitch. Take a big breath for it. I think you can go higher. Keep trying. Try and relax with it as you go higher in pitch. Almost, almost. Try to really relax as it goes higher in pitch. Let's try an alternative way to do this. Start high and go low. Start high from the very, very first note. And then a slide down. Okay, let's try another way. Okay, I want you to imagine, all right? I want you to do a really big cartoon sigh. Like a big, like... Or if I bring it back over to here. Really big cartoon sigh. With some sound in it, yeah.
Sorry, can I get it one more time?
Yeah, go. Absolutely.
No, it's with sound.
With sound, like... And then... Mm-hmm. Almost. Stretch it out more. Yeah, anything like that. You're getting there with it. What I'm trying to get you to do is I want you to associate that higher pitch with relaxing. Yeah? So we access that higher pitch by keeping things really relaxed. When you're going to higher pitches, I want you to think of it as less so that you're like pushing to get that higher pitch. A lot of people will push to get that higher pitch and it feels like they're pushing. What I want you to do, instead of pushing, like ease off as you go to that higher pitch. Imagine higher pitches as like, lower pitches are made of metal, okay? You can bash them around, you can do what you want. Higher pitches are made of glass. You need to be really delicate with it or else it's going to shatter and your sound is going to cut out, okay? It's a bit of a weird analogy, but for most people it seems to click. So really delicate as you go to a higher pitch. Better. Okay, let's bring it into the trill. You got to that higher pitch more nicely. Okay, you seem to be struggling with just starting high, so let's do it as we were before. Almost. Try again. Very nearly. Okay. You got as high as I want you to, but you went like, yeah, you kind of went like, oh, this is so weird for me because it's flipped. You went like, da. So if we just get that smoothed out, then perfect. Like you almost had it there. Okay, one more try. Well, no, more than one more try. Try to keep it nice and smooth. Try again. You're almost getting it. Have you got your cheeks going? So it sounds like our issue has shifted a little bit. Your phonation is still there. You're not like cutting out the sound. Instead, your lips are kind of struggling. Try licking your lips. Tends to help people. What else could we be thinking of? We can also switch ritual to something else that will also work just as well. If you struggle with trilling itself. Try just licking your lips first, cheeks, and then give it another go. And then, depending on what I hear, I might decide actually we'll try slightly different tact. So close, so close. Okay, what we're going to try is I'm going to switch you over. Imagine you're going for the letter V, okay? It can be a bit more difficult to people because it does produce a lot of pressure. But let's just see how you do with it. A bit more. Yeah.
I'm just jumping.
Yeah, so what's the jumping thing, okay? Okay, we have two different, well, we have a whole bunch, but two other things that we can use when we're making sound is we can use our ordinary M1 modal, that's my voice right now, or we can use our M2. In singing, they call that falsetto. I've also heard some people call it head voice. Personally, I don't like head voice because like your voice is always in your throat. But M2 is like the proper term for it, okay? So to demonstrate that, me right now is in M1, normal talking. Me right now is in M2, okay? This is me using that falsetto-y, all of that kind of thing, okay? Now when we're sliding up, we are moving all the way into M2, okay? But because you're not quite as used to moving between your M1 and M2, I would guess, you're having like a bit of a struggle as you transition into the M2. Once you're in M2, you're fine, but that middle bit is just like struggling a bit for moving from one to the other, and you're having that big like sort of thing. So let's have a go. Oh, that's what we'll do. Okay, I want you to slide up. Okay, we can use whichever has been feeling more like easy for you to do, whether it's the or the lip trill, whichever you prefer. Slide up, find that bit where it gets weird and difficult, because that's where you're trying to switch, and see if you can just switch between them back and forth. It'll sound weird. It'll be like, I'm so bad at doing a break intentionally. Where you got that like yodely thing going on. Is what I'm going for eventually. So try to get that little yodely thing going on, kind of like when you went through puberty where your voice was breaking, that kind of thing where it's like going in and out. Try doing that, okay, intentionally. Yeah, I know, it's gonna be weird. Try to get it back and forth. Also try to be gentle with yourself. Almost. So you got an in, and then you got an out, but you lost it to getting in again. So see if you can do it like as a free time thing, like into M2, back to M1, into M2.
I lost it again.
You're struggling. Can you give me some more information on what it's feeling like when you lose it? So like, are we running out of breath? Are we feeling like the sound just stops? Are we feeling like...
Both, to be honest.
Okay, well, to deal with the breath thing, just take a deeper breath. And maybe... I mean, you shouldn't be running out of breath. You should be able to do it in a single breath. So I'm not going to like speed you up. Just take a bigger breath, like... Obviously, for you, we're going to that break point and moving around the break point. Big deep breath first, though. Almost. How do I get you to keep that stable? Yeah. Try again. That was almost perfect. That was really good. You lost it right at the end there, but you were doing really well there. Try it again. Yeah, we're very close. Do you happen to have a water bottle and straw available to you? No big if not.
Water bottle, yeah.
Do you have a straw?
I might have straws downstairs.
If you have a straw, we can try another thing, and that thing should help you a lot. Are you able to go get the straw?
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I have any.
Yeah, okay. You go get a straw. I'm also going to go get a straw. And then let's try some straw finish. Okie dokie. Angelica, you back yet? Not yet. Take a look at our different chats. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So what I want you to do, you've got your water and wood straw, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to warn you now. This might make a bit of a splash on your table. So just preparing you for that eventuality. I recommend doing these with a bottle over a glass because bottles will catch the splashback better. And when you practice these at home, try not to be like too full because again, you're going to splash more. Okay, so the plan is, let's move this down a little bit. Okay, take your straw. I want it to be about this far into the water, okay? Although you'll get an idea of how far it needs to be in as you're going, okay? And we're going to start blowing some bubbles. Okay? Give that a go. Nice, nice. Okay, now I want you to try and make sound through that. Really good, well done. Now we're going to do the exact same things we were doing before. Better, way better. Okay, perfect. If you're feeling like it's too difficult to blow the bubbles, just raise your straw up a bit. If you're feeling like it's too easy, lower it down again. Okay? So I'll let you gauge the straw position. You want there to be enough resistance that you feel some of it. Like you want to feel like you're pushing a bit. Or you should feel that the water's there, but it shouldn't be like super effortful. It shouldn't be difficult. It's just enough for you to have something to push against a little bit. Okay? And I'll let you figure that out in your practice. So, okay, let's start again from the top. this is going to be something for you to start working on. And this is going to be what becomes your homework, okay? Your turn. Well done. Well done with that little M2. Well done. Well done, well done. Okay, this time I want you to go as high as you can and as low as you can, okay? You might have to move reasonably quick for it, so you don't run out of breath. Okay, yeah, you started running out of breath. That's totally fine. Okay, we're going to do another where we're going to go all the way up to the top, and we're going to do a little pitch siren. So it's going to be up, and then we're going to wobble that pitch around, okay? I'm so bad with this camera thing. All right, so it'll sound like this. I'm making such a mess. Go for it. Okay, and then the same thing going down. Try that one again. I think you struggled a little bit. So all the way down, and then that little pitch siren at the bottom. And then try to bring it back up again if you've still got enough air. Okay, you're misunderstanding my instruction a little bit. So, just from your normal, we don't need to go up at all, just from your normal, slide it down to the bottom as low as you can go, and then just like a small pitch siren to give a nice last little stretch. So you'll only be going back up again at the end. Yeah? Does that make sense? Okay, good, good. Fab. Okie dokie. So your homework is going to be to practice those. Now, or two bits of homework actually. I want you to practice those. Did that feel different to how you did the lip trills?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so that different feeling, I want you to take those into your lip trills. We've still got some time. So take that same sensation you were just using and try to do the lip trill feeling like that, okay? Have a go. Almost. It was better. Okay, so that's going to be your homework. You're going to use... what am I going to prescribe for you exactly? Okay. We need super honesty here, okay? I want to prescribe that as a homework for you. Ideally, I want it to be at least 3 times a day. Can we make that happen? I know the lip trills and stuff, the straw phonations require a lot more setup. That's why I'm checking in.
tried the straw from what are they called? Sorry.
The best name is like bubble phonations, I guess. Bubble phonations.
Okay. I could probably do them once a day.
Okay, once a day. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So what I want you to try to do then is bubble phonations once a day. And after you finish your bubble phonation, just give a little go to the lip trill just to try and build that association, but we're keeping those same vocal behaviors from the bubble phonation and taking them into the lip trill, okay? To start building that. I also want you to practice your lip trills another 2 times a day. So 1 bubble phonation, 2 lip trills. Do you reckon you can do that?
Yeah.
And roughly evenly spaced apart of a day. I don't mind where you put stuff, but try to, like, I don't just want you to do them all back to back and then that's you done for the day. They need to be spread out through the day. That's the whole point. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, cool. In terms of practice, that model of practice is what we're going to be using for all of your homeworks. It's always going to be little and often, okay? So I try to go for at least 3 practices minimum. I will accept 2 practices minimum if we're trying to find a solution to get us up to 3. But practices don't need to be long. 1 to 3 minutes is a great practice. I would say past 5 minutes, you're not getting as much benefit anymore. So yeah, several 5-minute practices a day, always going to be better than like a 1 hour practice a day. Especially when it comes to the softies that we're doing. Definitely don't try to go past that 5-minute mark. Just a couple of minutes like we were doing. So when we just did that bulk with the bubble phonations, that is your thing. We just do the moving out, moving further out, until we get to that max. And then we do our sirens, and that's your lot. Okay? Any questions about that? No? Cool. Okie dokie then. Well, that'll be what we'll do for today. Next time, we will go over some weight stuff and we'll start giving you some actual modifications to work on. I'm just keeping you on this for now to make sure we've got some really nice vocal behavior going on, some really nice vocal hygiene. Because those issues where we're having weird things happening with our pitch cutting in and out, and our like struggle with the M2 break, that could mess us up a little bit when we move into weight. So try to get plenty of practice in that, and it's going to make your weight stuff way easier. Because one of the things we're going to be doing with weight is we're going to have a big pitch slide up and then taking it down again, like literally like a in terms of pitch. That's what we're going to be doing, with some other stuff being in there as well. So that's going to be the goal. Your lip trills will teach you how to do that, and your bubble phonations will teach you even more. Okay. Bubble phonations are like the best thing. They're just very annoying and inconvenient. Hence my desk is a total mess now. Yeah, does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Fab. Perfect. Okie dokie then. I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention and it's now not coming to my mind. A little bit of bonus information on softies that's going to be useful to you. So obviously we're starting off as this just being your one thing. But as we go into the future, these are going to become the warm-ups. So we'll start every lesson with some softies before going into doing anything with your voice. And when you're doing practices, if you plan to practice for more than like a minute, start it off with a minute of softies. So if you do like a minute of softies, just like quickly running through some, and then you did like 4 or 5 minutes of whatever it is you're actually practicing, that would be a really good practice session. We just want that warm up for getting things going. Because again, we're stretching out all the vocal folds and stuff while we're in that lower pressure environment. The benefits of that is it's all the usual things of a warm up. We're increasing blood flow to the area and we're stretching things out. Some extra benefits is as you go through your vocal journey, if you start having issues of morning voice being a problem, the softies will help you deal with that. Morning voice, all it is your body naturally produces mucus to protect your vocal tract. But during the night, so normally you have these little cells called cilia. They're like, how do I describe what cilia are like? They're like little like hairs or little like flickers that kind of flick it all upwards. So it slowly moves up mucus up and then gets swallowed down again. But that stops happening when you're sleeping because you're sleeping. You don't swallow at all. So that mucus is just building up overnight. And as you breathe in dust, as you breathe in particulates, the stuff that's in the air that we don't see, that starts clogging up all that mucus. So when you wake up the next day, you've got all of this claggy mucus blocking things up. And that's why morning voice, you struggle to move things much, and you end up with things sounding much like lower and much bassier, because all of that mucus is just clagging things up. So doing your softies will increase the blood flow, which will get that cilia moving, which will get all of that mucus cleared out. A few minutes of softies will get rid of morning voice, if that ever becomes an issue for you. Cool. All right. Any last questions? No. Good shit. Okie dokie then. Sorry we started a little bit late today. I'm sort of still getting my setup ready for this. In terms of booking your next lesson, do you want me to just pop you in for a couple of weeks' time? Oh yeah, so in terms of booking lessons, I always say a minimum of 2 weeks gap. It can be more than that if you want it to be, but a minimum of 2 weeks just to give you enough practice time. So yeah, and if you'd like it to be just 2 weeks from today, that is available. Up to yourself. Yeah, I'll just pop you straight in there then.
5th of May.
Yeah, 5th of May, same time? Yeah, perfect. Okie dokie, that's a nice and easy booking. Fab. Well, if you want to see part 2 to our lesson with Angelic, then come around at the exact same time in 2 weeks' time. Can we get in the YouTube chat and in the Discord, if people are in the Discord, can we get a huge applause for Angelic and her amazing voice? Where are my applause? You all are being slow. Where are those applauses? Come on now. People are AFKing on me right now. Hey, we have some claps in the YouTube chat. I know you can't see the YouTube chat right now, but you have some claps in the YouTube chat. Boba and me must be AFK. Damn it, Boba. Okay, well, Melissa says clap, clap, and you did great. So there you go. But you did do really good. Well done. Starting is like the hardest part of all of this, and you're starting. So well done. You should be proud of that. Fab. All right. Well, I will see you in the next lesson. Have a lovely couple of weeks. For those in the audience, if you are still listening, you can join us over in the YouTube chat. We're now going to be moving on to talking about some of the Supreme Court stuff that's been going on in the UK at the moment, and doing some like kind of news stuff. Angelic, you're welcome to join if you want to. Yeah, cool. Okay, I think that's everything. All right. Bye-bye then, Angelic. See you next time.
Thank you.
No worries. Bye now. Fab. Okie dokie. Boop, 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 boo. Okay. Oh, I should have taken a moment to fix this properly. All right. Let's do this, and you guys can vet it a little bit. That looks all right, doesn't it? Looks pretty decent. I'll get it going properly at a future one. Because obviously I don't now have a little circle to base it off. Fab. Okie dokie. Oh, did the sound start working properly for you guys? I redirected the sound of the Discord into my mic, so you should have been able to hear it just as clearly as you heard me. Was it okay though? Did that work well enough? Let's change our scene. I was in such a rush this morning, so All of that talking and you can't hear any of it. Sorry about that. I didn't check my mic stuff. I was just saying how horrendous my hair looks and how my camera needed repositioning so I wasn't intruded by that branch right there. Fab. My hair really does look... Hang on. My hair looks a mess and I want that to be not quite so messy. What the hell? Why does it look so shit right now? Let's get a little bit of that going on. Oh, I can see it if I just use my other thing. I'll be able to see the camera not flipped. There we go. No, that's still flipped. Whatever. This should fix things up better. Or it will just look worse. Whatever. It made no difference at all. It made no difference at all. Whatever. It's what? That bit there. It just looks weird. It's not working properly. You like the setup? Good, good. So, okay, let's have a look at things. Also, for our new people here, because I see a few faces that I do not recognize. I am Zara, as you might have caught, and I teach trans people, or really anybody, how to change the gendering of their voice. There was something I wanted to do in OBS just now. I totally forgot what it was. Oh, you're a full minute behind. Damn. If you go over to the... I mean, it's not like you've missed much, but you can go into the speed and just like speed it up until you catch up and you can hear me talking fast. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if you're new here from the YouTubes, if you just saw this on your browser and thought you'd click, my name's Zara. I run Trans Network. I'm a gender affirming voice teacher. I teach different people how to change the gendering of their voice. So if you're wanting to learn to produce a more feminine sound like this, or if you're wanting to produce a more masculine sound like this, or like kind of somewhere in between, then head over to the Discord and you can get lessons. Right now we have free lessons if they are publicly streamed, like this one just now. And we have private lessons that cost £20 for a 55-minute lesson. Right now we do have a giveaway of 6 lessons going on. So if you'd like to win, all you need to do is do exactly what you're doing now. Participate in the chat. As you participate, you'll be earning points. If you type in ! points, it will show you what you have right now. And at the end, the end will be 28th of May. That's the last Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah, at the 28th of May, you'll be able to cash in those points for entries into the raffle, okay? Oh, why is that not working? Oh, there we go, it just takes a minute. Yeah, so every 100 points equals 1 entry. So keep watching, keep earning, and eventually you'll be able to cash all of those out into entries. So yeah, that's the idea. Any questions about that, do let me know, by the way. Also, while we're at it, I've just added a new cool thing. So let's see if it works. Okay, if I type in, and you guys shouldn't be able to do this. In fact, actually, let's do a test to make sure that I'm the only one that can do this. So let's say Zoita Belen. I'm probably butchering your name. I'm so sorry. I want you and nobody else, just them, to type in !raffle, all lowercase. And we're going to make sure that nothing happens. So that's !raffle. And I'll double check that that is the correct thing for it. Yes, it is. A raffle for giveaway. What? No, I'm supposed to be the only one who can do that. Okay, well, you can all join in on the raffle. Type in !join. And I will change this to only be me. Dang it. Okay, don't all be doing raffles though, because they're not supposed to be something you can just keep doing, because then you'll just get infinite points, which is some bullshit. Why would that not be set to be like that? That's so dumb. Wait, did none of you join for raffle, Lamau? Hey, Mel. I don't understand. I need to... Well, I can probably show you how this works. There's nothing on here that is like something I should be not showing you. Yeah, let's show you how this works, what I'm actually trying to do. Also, did I set my... I didn't even set up my scene properly for today. I'm running so late. I've been doing so much. Aha! Aha! Get wrecked. Okay. Good. Now, if I do it... It's a bit slow, but give it time. Okay, now type ! join. And you should be able to join. Fingers crossed it doesn't block you guys from joining now that I've changed that setting. Yes, it works. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see what happens, because I'm not able to test this on my own. I think this takes like 30 seconds for it to finish a raffle. Or at least that's what it's set to do. Who knows if it actually is that amount of time. So if there are other things that you'd like to see in chat, like different commands and stuff, let me know. Obviously, I've just set this up, and I've mainly just set it up so we can have the giveaway. What is raffle for? Raffle is for some extra points. So something we're doing is not only do you earn points by being in chat and participating, but to make sure that you're actively participating and not AFKing, you can get extra points whenever I run a raffle, which I'll just do sporadically every so often. Although, why is our raffle not finished? Did it give people points and it didn't say anything? Unless it's just really slow. Boo, 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 boo. That 30 is in seconds, isn't it? Yeah, so the only way I could really... I was trying to think of different ways we could do this giveaway thing, because what I'm trying to do right now... we'll let you know some of the stuff that's going on right now at Trans Network. So what I'm trying to do is, because I've only recently started the service of Trans Network, so before now, if you're new, before like a month ago, I've been just giving people free lessons, just free private lessons. And the reasoning I've been doing that is because I wanted to build experience, build up like a little bit of audience, and just become a more established figure, and, you know, build up my quality level, and build up my own learning with teaching. So I've been doing that since August last year. No, August is when we started the workshops. It was like October or November that I started doing private lessons with people. Now that we are kicking properly, I'm wanting to build up the audience further using YouTube, but I'm also wanting to make some cool content. I really, really want to do set up some debate panels between different teachers where we can debate different things in voice. Because what some of you won't know is behind the scenes there are there's an entire civil war going on. Mostly we're in the aftermath of that civil war now, and people just don't talk to each other anymore. You have no idea. Since I've gotten more established in this area of the voice training world, the drama is you wouldn't believe. People don't talk to each other anymore. It's horrendous. If you're in one of the old chats, if you're in the Singuistics server, for example, and you have premium, if you go into one of those premium channels and just go back 5 years, okay, you'll see all of these coaches who are all talking together and discussing pedagogy and stuff like that. And then now they're all gone. It's all, everyone's left. I do not know the full extent, but I know that it all arose from disagreements about different ways to teach. And somehow that got so dramatic that everybody's parted ways and nobody talks to anybody anymore. I see Clover in the OVC Discord sometimes. So that's the Celine De Silva Discord. And that's the only crossover I see between coaches. That's it. So it's crazy the level of drama that's already there. So I'm hoping something that would be one, just these people have a lot of history, so the content would be fire. Okay, imagine those debates; they'd be so cool. But also it'd be good to like get to the bottom of some of these arguments. You know, actually have a moderated debate where I'll moderate, have a few of these people talking, and see what's like where we actually get with all this. I think that would be a really good way. It would be cool content for the channel. I think it'd be really cool. And I think it would also be really useful for students. It'll be useful for teachers. I think it'd be useful for everyone. It's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about content I can farm. Fuck yeah. But I need to be a bit more bigger for that. I need to be a bit more well established. You know, if I message one of these coaches as like a 30 viewer Andy, 30 viewer wouldn't be too bad actually, but like mainly if I message, like the only numbers I can be like is like, yeah, we've got like 120 YouTube subs and I've got a Discord of like a couple of hundred people and they've got like a Discord of like 10,000 people. That I don't know if they're really going to be into it. I know some of them like don't care how small you are and are down to just support smaller creators and stuff and smaller teachers. But I don't know about others. And I figure wait until I'm a bit bigger so that I can actually like bring something to the table. Hence we're doing this giveaway and helps with promoting the YouTube a bit and trying to get some of that going. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. That's what's up. Did the raffle ever end? That's a really good question. I don't know why we didn't get any follow-up messages. We're supposed to. Okay, I'm going to show you what this all looks like behind the scenes. I need to make a new scene. Boop, 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 boop. And we want... Okay, I also haven't built the scene yet, so you can see how my scenes work a little bit. So the very first thing we want is a media source. And that's going to be our background. Hells yeah. Oh my gosh, you see that background? Perfect. And then actually I'm going to copy some things from over here. Boop, 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 boop. So we also want we want me on the whole main event. We want me, obviously. So let's grab me and put this over here in my new scene. You can see part of a creative process right now. Look at that. I'm over here now. Now let's get a little bit smaller. Okay. So we can have content. Fuck yeah. Okie dokie, and back over to here. We'll grab... we'll grab the Ko-fi text to start with. And bring that back over to here. Boop. Get you a little bit smaller. Why is this? There we go. That's a bit better. Bring that over there. And let's go grab the socials. Bring that back over here. Make them a bit smaller. Fab. Okie dokie. Is there anything else I need to grab? We should get that just chatting sign as well. It looks quite pretty. Oh, and the Ko-fi thing as well. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you didn't know, we have a Ko-fi. That is how Trans Network raises money. Obviously, we've only recently been doing lessons, so there's just not a lot of money in Trans Network right now. But we do have a Ko-fi, so if you'd like to support us, then you can support us over there. We have TTS and all of those usual things. So like the usual things from donations, but we do it with a Ko-fi instead because they take less of a cut. Okay, and now I want the main event. Do I just do a screen share? Fuck it. I don't think there's anything on my screen that I can't have on my screen. Is there anything over here that shouldn't be? We'll close. Okay, hang on. We'll make sure we are in a position where I'm not going to show anything that I shouldn't be showing. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. Okay, cool. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, and now I can show you what I'm actually on about. So window capture, display capture, that's what I want. Because we're going to be doing all sorts of stuff with displays today. And that is, there we go. Fab. All right, I'll make that look pretty in a future thing. I've just not had the time today. We'll get rid of some of that to make it a bit prettier. Cool, so this is what I'm working with. Let's move everything a little bit. I'll play around with this configuration and like making everything look good. Yeah, that's not too bad, right? That's okay. It's fine, Zara. It's fine. Cool. So this is what's up. This is the there. Wow, that's the opposite way for me. This is what runs the chat. Okay. This little script here is our raffle script. You can see the command there. You can see I've set it so it's just me that does it. You can see raffle time there. Okay. If I hover over it, it will say how long the raffle lasts in seconds. Okay. Oh, that's a really good point. What happens if Zoita tries to join right now? Did you join earlier, Zoita? In a raffle? Oh, you did. Okay, so it probably won't join. What happens if I try to join? Okay, let's see what it does. That'll tell us if a raffle's still active. What I think it's done is it's finished the raffle, and that's fine. It's just not told us who won. But it is supposed to. If I go into... There is something here that tells me... Responses, there you go. So it should tell us. It should give us responses. Lol. Yeah, so it should have a win response here. Or, yeah, it should have a win response. Yeah, so I don't know what's up with that. I don't know. Any thoughts? I don't know why it's not giving a response. Unless it's like, this is buggy and I need to like find out if this script is buggy because I didn't make this script. Also, I really need the toilet, so I'm going to be right back, everybody. I'm so bad for that. I'm so bad. I turn off the mic when I go to the toilet, and then I come back and I forget. Excuse me. I forget to turn it back on again. Okay, well, what you just missed me saying was, I don't know what's wrong with the chatbot, so fuck it. Let's go talk about other stuff. Why is Stream Elements able to say anything? You were kicked long ago. What the heck? Hey, we currently have a giveaway. Oh, cool. Well, shit, you can keep saying that, Stream Elements. I removed its ability to do that, but fuck it. Hi, Stream Elements. Oh well. I went through so many different things until I found the Streamlabs chatbot. So like the one that I have to build myself to get this giveaway going for you guys. I spent like hours on this. Like total hours is like 8 hours. It was ridiculous. Oh yeah, no, you can't use the user redeem yet. So okay, that bit's not real. That bit's wrong. It's not, so this I didn't think it would do that anymore. So ignore everything from use redeem onwards. Well, I guess, yeah, you just can't redeem yet. We'll be redeeming on the day. Okay, whatever. Thanks, Stream Elements. Okay, let's not Twitch. Okay, UK Supreme Court ruling. What's the gender Recognition Act 20. Yeah, it is 2010, isn't it? 2010. Fuck off, AI. Okie dokie. Oh my god, and you just have a full thing. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go through the actual full hearing itself. And this is, yep, it's the hearing itself. Perfect. Okie dokie. All right, let's go to the actual content of this. So, important to note, it is the For Women Scotland group that have appealed to the Supreme Court to do this. So they are the group that have basically said, hey, we think there's an issue here and we want a ruling of this. And the Supreme Court felt that it was worth doing. So when you heard all of those, or if you've seen this on the news and stuff, when you saw all of the like people that were celebrating and stuff, that was specifically the For Women Scotland Limited group, the participants of that group, the members. So this has, interestingly, came from Scotland, which is very bizarre because, like, Scotland usually... Why did Red's kitten just get removed? What the heck just happened to Kit? What? Red? What did you do? Just message retracted. You're not banned now, are you? Wait, and why is Kirsty's banned? What's happening? You just said you deserve trans rights. What the fuck just happened there? I have it set as just a basic low auto mod that just does like the default blacklisted words. Is trans in there somewhere? What the hell? That's insane. All Kirsty said was trans people deserve to have equal rights or something like that. What? And I can't even undo that. What the hell? Yeah, I know, right, Red? It's ridiculous. I don't know why Automod freaking went for you guys there. Will it go for Lixie now? Let me see if I can... I think it must be this chatbot that's able to do that. Let me check real quick. Yeah, all Kirsty said is we trans community have equal rights too. What could possibly be being clocked there? Sorry to get distracted on this. I do not want that happening. Let me... Oh yeah, there's the chat logs. I forgot you could see that. Mods tools. Word protection. Oh, it didn't say the little please refrain from using foul language though, did it? Which is weird. But it did do the purge. It doesn't tell me it's default blacklist though, and I can't edit the default blacklist. Okie dokie. Here's going to be my ruling, and I'm trusting you guys. Okay? Hey, listen, Kirsty, you're the one. You're the victim here. You're the one being attacked by fucking AI. My ruling here is I'm going to turn off word protection because that's some bullshit. You guys better be on your best behavior, okay? Now, we're a small enough group right now that I can probably just manage it myself, but you guys need to be like on your best behavior, okay? All right. And I'm not going to be super strict. Like, you can swear and stuff, just no slurs and bullshit like that. Like, you know the things that are obviously going to be a problem. And generally, I'm going to be, we're small enough that I can manage it, and it's fine. You won't say fudge. No NSFW. Yeah, that's what I'm saying not to do. Nothing crazy. Okay? All right. Let's get into this. So we want it to be there. Do we care about this bit? This is my first Supreme Court reading that I've read, by the way. So we'll see how this fucking goes. Okay, so the appeal is concerned with establishing the correct interpretation of the Equality Act 2010, which seeks to give statutory protection to people who are at risk of suffering from unlawful discrimination. The questions raised by this appeal directly affect women and members of the trans community. On one hand, women have historically suffered from discrimination in our society and since 1975 have been given statutory protection against discrimination on the ground of sex. On the other hand, the trans community is both historically and currently a vulnerable community, which Parliament has more recently sought to protect by statutory provision. So far, all correct. Also, lines like this, where we're saying, on one hand, women have historically suffered from discrimination in our society, there shouldn't be read in any of that line. There shouldn't be read any implication there in terms of trans people impacting that. It's just a statement of fact. There's no extra thing being meant there. They don't mean something by it. That's just how court documents work. Cool. Okay, it is not the role of a court to adjudicate on the arguments of a public domain in the meaning of gender or sex. So this isn't a definition of woman as it is used in public. Nor is it to define the meaning of the word woman other than when it is used in the provisions of the Equality Act 2010. So again, the entire scope is limited to just in the Equality Act. So it doesn't refer to anything else in law. This doesn't mean that the legal definition of woman is biological woman. This just means in reference to the Equality Act in 2010. It has a limited role which does not invoke making policy. The principal question which the court addresses on this appeal is the meaning of a word which Parliament has used in the Equality Act 2010 in legislating to protect women and members of the trans community against discrimination. Our task is to see if those words can bear a coherent and predictable meaning within the Equality Act 2010 consistently with the Gender Recognition Act 2004. So essentially what this is meaning is the Gender Recognition Act of 2004 is, as they're wording it, is laying out what gender is and how we should be treating it in law. So they're then saying, based off of what the Gender Recognition Act says, this is how we interpret what the Equality Act is. Now, note again, this isn't there are no new laws being made here. There is nothing legally changing. This is just them giving their current legal interpretation of what the law means. Does that make sense? So no, all the Supreme Court says, here's the laws that already exist. These are what those laws actually mean in practice. That's the job of the Supreme Court, to interpret the law. And then it's the job of Parliament to create laws. So if we feel like this ruling is bad, then we need to think about, is it bad because it's a bad interpretation and we think those words mean different things? Or do we think it's a bad law? Because if it's a bad law, we want Parliament to change something. If it's a bad interpretation of the law and the law itself is a good law, then it's a Supreme Court problem and we are disagreeing with the Supreme Court. So remember who it is that you're disagreeing with, okay? Okay. As explained more fully below, the Equality Act 2010 seeks to reduce inequality and to protect people with protected characteristics against discrimination. Among the people whom the Equality Act 2010 recognises as having protected characteristics are women whose protected characteristic is sex, and transsexual people, Jesus Christ, whose protected characteristic is gender reassignment. Interesting wording there. So transsexual people, usually in terms of how that used to be used, because this is a 2010 Act, remember? So this is language from 15 years ago. And 15 years ago, when people said transsexual, what they meant is a trans person who's gone through the full transition. We've stopped using that because the full transition doesn't mean anything. As they meant it, it was generally has done bottom surgery and HRT. But as we as the trans community know, not everybody has all those things. The idea of full transition is going to be individual to the different people. Some people have facial feminization surgery. Some people have various fillers and stuff. Some people just have HRT. Some people have bottom surgery. Like, full transition is going to be relevant to an individual. It's not like a set thing, which is why we stopped using transsexual as a term. But bear in mind, this was written in 2010. So that's what that usually meant. But obviously, they haven't given an interpretation of what transsexual means here. They've only said what woman means. So this would be still up for debate. We would need another hearing to say what transsexual means exactly. They're defining it here as whose protected characteristic is gender reassignment. Again, what do we mean by gender reassignment? I'm not certain. My guess is they would probably rule it as something like gender reassignment just being either has, that'll be how they do it. They'll probably do it as you've been either in the process with a gender clinic or having been, what's the word? When you go to a hospital and they're discharged, once you've been discharged by a gender clinic, I imagine it'll be one of those two things. So we're generally talking something later in transition. And I imagine it'll come up later because I know gender recognition certificate comes into this, which is also a later in transition thing in the UK. Yeah, Red, that's completely correct. Nothing's changed. It's just being interpreted differently. In theory, another Supreme Court could say, oh, actually, we interpret it this way. And we think this is what was meant when the law was written. Generally, the idea behind it is trying to clearly state the intention of the law. So they're trying to clue into, when the politicians wrote this, what were they going for? What's the spirit of the law instead of just the exact words? It's kind of like how if you just look up a word in a dictionary, that's going to be an insufficient, like if I just say, look up, because it's a term that is used in a lot of different ways in voice, look up nasality in a dictionary. That will give you a very strict definition that might not encompass all of what nasality is. Does that make sense? So that's the wording versus the spirit of something. Or woman. No dictionary is going to give you a good definition of woman, which is why we need broader conversations to build that out. And so if the wording of a law isn't sufficient, you also need the interpretation of a law to see how it should actually work in the real world. Cool. Yes, transvestite is where you wear a vest with a trans flag on it. True. Yeah, I mean, the level of bureaucracy is probably quite necessary. You do want to separate the different parts of government. So you want a separation between the interpretation of law and the writing of the law, mainly just so that a new government can't go in and just completely rewrite everything and like dictate a day one. Having these separations is what prevents that from happening. As much as you probably aren't super into the American system right now, with how the American system's going right now, but generally the way the American system works is a really good way to deal with this. The reason why Donald Trump isn't dictator day one is because the American system is built to prevent him doing that. So there's all of those layers of separation where the president is just enforcement, the Congress is just writing laws, and Supreme Court is just interpreting. And all of those things have to come together and come into agreement for something to happen. Because all of them can stop each other. That's the whole point of this. Everybody gets to stop each other, which means nothing crazy can happen. Yeah, that's the general idea behind all of this. Also, yeah, I do find it very interesting that man doesn't come up in all of this. I assume they must exist somewhere in the Equality Act. Like, you don't want to oppress men either. So that's going to be really interesting as we go through it. After we finished this Supreme Court hearing, we'll go through the Equality Act. Okay, let's keep going. As explained more fully below, the Equality Act 2010 seeks to reduce inequality and to protect people with protected characteristics against discrimination. Among the people whom the Equality Act 2010 recognises as having protected characteristics are women, whose protected characteristic is sex, and transsexual people, whose protected characteristic is gender reassignment. The question for this court is a matter of statutory interpretation. But before discussing the general approach to statutory interpretation, we set out the structure of this judgment and address the matter of terminology. We discuss terminology, the approach to statutory interpretation as a factual background between paras 6 and 35, I'm guessing of the Equality Act. We address the historical background of the Gender Recognition Act 2004, its interpretation and its operation between paras 36 and 111. We then, between paras 112 and 264, address in some detail the interpretation of the Equality Act 2010 to give its provisions a coherent and predictable meaning. We summarise our reasoning in paragraph 265. Depending on time, we might go through some of these in the next live stream as well, because I don't know if we'll have time to go through all of this and the Gender Recognition Act and the Equality Act. But we'll see. If there's anything that's confusing you, by the way, do let me know, and I'll do my best to explain it. Yeah, we'll see what Trump can do. The issue we're going to have the issue America's going to have is the Republicans kind of won hardcore. So they got Trump in, they got the House, okay, which we'll see if that sticks around in the midterms. But for now, pretty Republican heavy House, and the Supreme Court is very Republican heavy right now. So all of those elements, and the Supreme Court seem to be pretty into Trump for some reason. I guess because he appointed a bunch of them. So all of those things, everybody is lockstep right now, which is a huge fucking problem. Because what that means is, let's say Trump wants a law interpreted differently. He goes to his Supreme Court and says, hey, I want this law interpreted differently. And they say, okay. And then it gets interpreted differently. And now the law means something else. Okay? Or Trump says to the Republicans, hey, I want this new law. And they say, okay. And now there's that new law. And Trump is already in charge of enforcement. So depending on how much they're willing to bend to Trump, which it seems like a lot of them are, Vance literally got in because he said, his entire thing to Trump, his selling point was, I would have done what Pence wouldn't have. That was his line, okay? So what that means is, I will be your little bitch, just give me vice president. So, and that seems to be a lot of the party right now. Things have gotten very, very lockstep. And with the Supreme Court hearing that they had with the whole, what was it? You can't be, it was the Supreme Court can't give rulings on, I don't remember the exact details of it, on the president's speech, or something like that. It was basically, if you tell your, say, enforcement arm to go do something, that's happening as the president. And therefore, the Supreme Court isn't even allowed to take that as evidence, which is insane. That's where the whole SEAL Team 6 thing came from. Technically, according to that Supreme Court ruling, if Trump orders his DOJ to just assassinate anyone, or just fucking wipe the country off the map, themselves off the map even, that you can't even bring that to the Supreme. You literally can't prosecute him. You can't even try to. The Supreme Court can't analyze that, according to that ruling. So that's why America's a bit fucked right now. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Terminology. We are aware of the strength of feeling which has been generated by the disagreements between campaigners seeking to represent the interests of each of these groups, and that taxonomy itself can generate controversy. We are content to draw on the terminology used by the Scottish ministers in their written case for the purposes of this judgment, and have adopted the following terms. A person who is a biological man, i.e. was at birth of the male sex. That is a weird way to word that, but whatever. At least it doesn't read very well. A person who is a biological man, i.e. who was at birth of the male sex, fucking hell, but who has protected characteristic of gender reassignment, is described as a trans woman. Similarly, so AMAB, transitioned, trans woman. Similarly, a person who is that definition might make non-binary people into trans woman or trans man. I don't know. That kind of sounds like that's what that would mean, but I don't know. I think also just our government doesn't recognise non-binary as existing, so I guess that's what that is. Similarly, a person who is biological woman, i.e. who was at birth, my God, this is such a weird way to say this sentence, it's so hard to read, was at birth of the female sex, but who has the protected characteristic of gender reassignment is described as a trans man. We describe trans women and trans men who have obtained a gender recognition certificate under the Gender Recognition Act of 2004 as trans women with a gender recognition certificate and trans men with a gender recognition certificate, respectively, and their gender resulting from the GRC as their acquired gender or acquired sex. So previously, the way that's been interpreted, as I understand it best, is that when you have a gender recognition certificate, you are now legally viewed as being of the sex of your gender. So a trans woman, once receiving a gender recognition certificate, becomes woman. That's how I understood it before. In my mind, that's the point of a gender recognition certificate. I don't know why you'd need it otherwise or what it would do. And that seems to be how the law has been treating it thus far, which is where things are obviously changing. We also use the expression biological sex, which is used widely, including in the judgments of the Court of Session, to describe the sex of a person at birth. We use the expression certificated sex to describe the sex attained by the acquisition of a gender recognition certificate. Okay, that is also confusing. So if you're saying that a GRC gives you legally should be interpreted as you having a certificated sex, then how do we have this trans women with a GRC and trans men with a GRC? Surely then become man or woman with a GRC, right? But apparently no. That's how I would have interpreted that. I'm not a lawyer though, in fairness. Wait, does the UK government have parental recognition certificates? I don't know. So like if you're taking care of a kid but you're not their biological parent figure, do you need a certificate? I would guess, like a guardian certificate. Let's just Google it. What is the documentation for a legal guardian? UK. How to appoint a legal guardian. We know what a legal guardian is. I would guess that your certificate is, in fact, I can already guess what this is going to be. Responsibilities, how to appoint. Yeah, it'll be this. So I'm guessing for it to be legally recognised, so that it becomes the next state of action, but there'll be a few things. Okay. I've just figured out all of how that works. So if you're assigning someone to be the guardian of your child in the event of your death, that needs to be in your will. If it's not in your will, then the person who is going to become your guardian could go to the court and say, hey, this person has died. Their child, they intended for me to be the guardian of their child. And then they'll need to bring some kind of evidence enough to persuade the judge or the jury. I don't know if a judge can just make a quick ruling on that. I would guess probably for that kind of a thing, but it might be something that requires a jury. I'm not quite certain. But generally the court will rule if you have brought sufficient evidence to say that, hey, I am the legal guardian. And then that court ruling, that's like your certificate. Or in the case of the will itself is your certificate. I would guess that's how that works. A lot of this seems to relate to the fact you can't force a trans person to show a GRC as like ID, so it's not possible to determine if someone has a GRC. So this is only going to be relevant in other court hearings. So let's say I, as a trans woman, go into, and they'll lay out some of these. Let's say I go into somewhere that is legally women's only, okay? Specifically legally, not a private place that has decided that they're female only space, but a legal women's only space. Then, if I refuse to leave, or if something comes of that and somebody tries to sue me, they would be able to sue me, is the idea. So it's not a matter of needing to present a GRC. It's that when it goes to court, if I don't provide the court with a GRC, then I could be sued. Or in the case of what is happening here, maybe the GRC wouldn't be enough. Or, well, I would just get sued because I'm not a biological female. That's what's up with this. Also, this would come into play with like if somebody has to follow the Gender Recognition Act, which obviously everybody does, and the Equality Act, it would mean that they don't have to do as much with regards to trans people. So previously, let's say my employer, if I had a gender recognition certificate, I could compel my employer to treat me as female. That would mean that, like, if there are changing rooms and I say I would like to be in the female changing room, they are compelled to allow that. Now it would be optional, even if I have a GRC. So that's what's up with that. Now, most corporate jobs are going to be inclusive of trans people. The more corporate as much as this is kind of sounds backwards to people, the more corporate things are, the more they care about their PR, and therefore they usually are going to be super inclusive, because it's in the best interest of a company to be super inclusive. In a smaller environment, your mom and pop shops, I'm afraid, you have less of that going on because it's much less corporate and it's just an individual, and it then depends on that individual's views. An employer can't request. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think they would be able to request a GRC. It would come down to a court hearing. So if the employer refused something that I'm requesting, and I believe that it was, I believe that because I have a GRC, it meant that they were like against the law, then I could sue them, and then I would need to present my GRC. Or if not, then I would just lose the case. That's my guess of how that would work. Also, you heard a good comparison between gender presentation and parenthood, where just because you meet a certain set of requirements doesn't mean you fall into a category. Yeah, so when we're talking about a more general thing of like defining woman or defining man, these definitions, the reason the whole what is a woman debate is so fucking stupid is because these are really hard things to define. Like, and this idea of like, oh, you don't know what a woman is. I know what a woman is, but I can't give you a strict definition. Can you give me a strict definition of what a fucking chair is? Probably not. Okay? 4 legs? Well, yeah, but they don't all have 4 legs. Okay? Thing I sit on. Is a horse a chair? Because you sit on a horse. Is an aeroplane a chair? Because you sit on an aeroplane. Is the floor a chair? Because you can sit on the floor. So it becomes very, very difficult to strictly define almost anything. So now if you go for something that's a complex, like a mixture of social understandings, biology, like cultural things, something as complex as woman, like that's almost impossible to define. The best you're going to be able to get for a way to define this is just the definition being its use case. So what do most people mean when they say woman? That is the definition of woman. That's the best you can do. So you branch out, or you encompass the use case. And what most people mean by woman is you kind of look like you are of, basically you pass, is the way most people use woman. That's the best you can do for a strict definition. It's not great. I don't pass, but you would probably call me a woman. But a lot of other people wouldn't, and so that's where there becomes some confliction. definitions of terms are really difficult. That's why you need an entire Supreme Court hearing to define woman, and they're very specific. They're only defining what it means in a single instance of law, because it's so hard to define words that they have to really limit the scope for it even to be possible. So like, yeah. Like just because you take care of a kid doesn't mean you're their mum. True. You can provide the emotional and financial support for it, and still doesn't mean you're their mum. And talk about their day, the whole 9 yards. None of those things necessarily mean they're your mum, or you're their mum. You could even be the primary caregiver and not necessarily be their mum. You might be their teacher. There is not really a good way to define parent, like most words. But when you see it, you know it, is basically how all these things work. That's how human language kind of works. When you see it, you know it. It's an organic thing that builds up, so we don't have strict definitions. That's just not how humans build language. You're trying to say about messing up, because before this ruling, it was almost impossible to tell if a trans person was legally their gender without suing them. That would be my guess, yeah. But now it's just, okay, if you think someone is trans, then you can probably treat them like they're AGAB. Yeah, so we'll go into more of what this is going to mean. From what I've heard before looking into this, most of what the gender recognition certificate does, or did, was have you being defined as woman. Now it doesn't do that. So the question becomes, well, what does it do? So what's now being the case is if you have a gender recognition certificate, not sure that it does anything. And so previously it would be, before you have a gender recognition certificate, you are legally treated as your assigned gender at birth. Now you're always treated as your assigned gender at birth, regardless of a gender recognition certificate. But let's keep reading. Okay, the legislation with which this appeal is principally concerned is the Equality Act of 2010, and we address the effect, if any, of Gender Recognition Act 2004 on the interpretation of the term sex, man, woman, and male and female used in the Equality Act of 2010. So we're basing this ruling off of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 so that it can be applied to the Equality Act of 2010. The central question on the appeal is whether the Equality Act... Oh, that's important. So this also means that it's not that they're saying that they know how to define woman. It's that they're saying that they think that in the Gender Recognition Act, that's what was meant in that act. Okay? And then they're taking that definition and copying and pasting it onto the Equality Act. Okay? So that's what that means. So where are we going into like the impossibility of defining words? The way they've resolved the fact that you cannot define a word strictly is by saying, in this single use case, we think it worked like that, and we think that that applies to this other use case. So they're just going on a case-by-case basis. Let's say we had a different law that refers to woman. This would have nothing to do with it. They could cite this as case law, like they're citing the Gender Recognition Act, but this hearing doesn't say that on its own. I should be pointing that way because that's where stuff is. Everything's flipped for me, what the fuck. Okay. The central question on the appeal is whether the Equality Act 2010 treats a trans woman with a gender recognition certificate as a woman for all purposes within the scope of its provisions, or when the Act speaks of a woman and sex, it is referring to biological woman and biological sex. The general approach to statutory interpretation of the United Kingdom is well established. The House of Lords and this court have set out the basic approach on a number of occasions, including the Secretary of State for the Environment, Transport and the Regions. I don't know what the XP bit means. Spaff Home Limited. That's probably the company that were bringing the case. 2AC 349. Most recently, this court set out the approach in the Secretary of State of the Home Department 2023 and 2022, in which Lord Hodge, DPSC, I don't know what that means, giving the leading judgment, stated, the courts, in conducting statutory interpretation, are seeking the meaning of the words which Parliament used. That's what I was talking about before. Black Clawson International Limited versus, how the fuck do I say that? Papier Work? Maybe? Papier Work. Fucking hell. Whatever the fuck, however I say that, German word. Waldhof Waldhof-Schaffenberg, whatever, per Lord Reid of Dram. More recently, Lord Nicholas of Birkenhead stated, statutory interpretation is an exercise which requires the court to identify the meaning borne by the word in question in a particular context. This is all what I've been talking about. Words and passages in a statute derive their meaning from their context. A phrase of passage must be read in the context of a section as a whole and in the wider context of a relevant group of sections. Other provisions in a statute and the statute as a whole may provide the relevant context. They are the words which Parliament has chosen to enact as an expression of a purpose of legislation and are therefore the primary source by which meaning is ascertained. There is an important constitutional reason for having the spacing changed and it's throwing me off. There is an important constitutional reason for having regard primarily to the statutory context, as Lord Nichols explained in Spaffholm. Citizens, with the assistance of their advisers, are intended to be able to understand parliamentary enactments so that they can regulate their conduct accordingly. They should be able to rely upon what they read in an Act of Parliament. So what this is saying is there should be a clear definition. When a definition is requested, the Supreme Court should be making a clear definition when we give a document like this that we're reading right now, we should be able to interpret it. So all definitions that the Supreme Court does, we need to be able to understand what they're saying in their definition. Otherwise, it's not a clarification. On one hand, you do agree that legal representation definitions and such are good, so we aren't discriminated against. But it's sad to see so many people get introduced to trans people as this debate. Yes, I fully agree. For me, because I don't have a gender recognition certificate, and I probably won't for a long time, none of this can affect me, because gender recognition certificate is what's the main thing here, okay, that's being impacted. However, because this is in the general public discourse now, I'm concerned that other people that aren't informed, that don't read the certificate, that don't really spend much time and just read the headlines, all they're going to hear is, oh, legally, a woman's a woman. Common sense. So, like, I was recently speaking to my boyfriend about, like, hey, what do we think about me using public bathrooms now? Because previously, I would just use women's bathroom because I'm dressed as a woman. Although I don't pass yet, I kind of I don't know if I would say androgynous yet, but it's very clear that I'm trying to present myself as female. If you look at me, like, Vera Booba, you know, I have a feminine hairstyle, I've got makeup on. It's reasonably easy to understand that it doesn't make sense for me to be in a men's bathroom. So I go for a women's bathroom because it seems like that would make most sense socially. I'm now concerned if I go into a woman's bathroom, I don't know if somebody's going to accost me of, like, legally you're not allowed to be here anymore, I'm calling the police or some crazy shit like that. I don't know. And it only takes one for that to become fucking crazy. Or if I use the men's bathroom, am I going to have the same thing but in reverse? You're not allowed to have women in here? What the hell? We've just had a whole thing on this. So now I'm like, well, fuck. What do I do? If a bathroom has, like, disabled toilets might be an option, I guess. I don't really want to use it for disabled toilets. I want to leave that for disabled people, but, like, I don't know what else I've got. And that might be something, if you're in the UK, that you might want to think about. Yes, this is interpreted in the way it's interpreted, and the law is the law, but you don't know if public people are going to just, like, you don't know if civilians are going to treat you differently because of their own misinterpretation of the law. And while ultimately they won't be able to do anything to you, like, you don't know, you don't want to get into that situation in the first place. It's going to suck. So just keep that in mind. Oh, thank you. Saying I don't seem too clockable. I think if you saw me in person, it's a bit more obvious. Yeah, it is more obvious in person. I've done my makeup. My camera isn't, like, perfect quality, and you're seeing me a bit smaller. So, like, I don't pass yet, and I'm fine with that. It's okay. I'm still in HRT, and we'll get there. But, like, yeah. I no longer feel super safe using public bathrooms, basically. I feel like 99.9% of the time it'd be completely fine. But it took, say, one person to be like crazy enough to do something, and now they're going to feel empowered to do that. So like, where before it would have been like a 0.01% or something stupid, because the area I live is pretty okay. But now that jumps up to like a 1%. So, you know, it's just worth thinking about. Yeah, and some have them. My local Lidl has an Android bathroom, and the reason they have an Android bathroom is because it's just one bathroom. There's just one toilet in the building, so you know. But at least it makes it an Android bathroom. But yeah, it's just one disabled toilet that everybody uses. Absolute little W. Sucks if more than one person needs a toilet at the same time. Okay, we'll skip through some of this so we don't take forever. This is basically saying that the Supreme Court should be the person interpreting law, and when they give interpretations, the interpretations should be clear enough that ordinary members of the public can understand them. Do we care about this bit? You should base it based off other areas of law. That's all that says. We don't care about the bit of why the court should be interpreting things. We can understand that. I can give you that in like 5 minutes. The court's task within the permissible bounds of interpretation is to give effect of Parliament's purpose. That's what I was on about before. Parliament writes the laws, the court interprets it, and they're supposed to be trying to interpret what they think the Parliament meant. Because obviously our Parliament changes every 4 years, so... Language nitpick, but doesn't andro on its own mean male? Because androgynous? Yeah, andro does mean male. What are you nitpicking though? What are you nitpicking? You're correct, but I don't know what it's in reference to. Sorry. Yeah, so like androgynous is androgyne, as you said. Masculine, feminine-ish. Lol. Oh. Lol. I miss. Oh, Andro bathrooms. I understand now. Yeah, no, whatever. I knew what you meant. Resolution doubt, specific meaning of the words, court must resolve. Yeah, we know about all of this. I don't care about this bit. Get me to the fucking question at hand. Here we go. Okie dokie. Let's have a drink and get into the actual thing. Finally. Okay, so how the question arises. This is the important bit. For Women in Scotland, the Appellant is a feminist voluntary organisation which campaigns to strengthen women's rights and children's rights in Scotland. This case is the secondary challenged by a judicial review, which the Appellant has raised. This case is the second challenge. Oh, okay, it is twice. Has raised in relation to statutory guidance which the Scottish ministers promulgated. Does that explain what that word means? Under Section 7 of the Gender Representation of the Public Boards Act 2018. In the first position of the judicial review, the Appellant also asserted that the statutory definition of woman in the 2018 Act was outside of the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament. Under the Scotland Act of 1998, as amended, Scotland Act. Before we turn to the 2018 Act and the impugned statutory guidance, it may be helpful to outline the basis of the challenge under the Scottish Act. I think promulgated just means that they sent it to higher up. Yeah, let's just Google it. You're right. You're always right. Promote or put a law or decree into effect by official proclamation. Put a law into effect, which the Scottish ministers put into effect under Section 7 of the Gender Representation on Public Boards. Okay. This case is the secondary challenge by judicial review which the Appellant has raised in relation to statutory guidance which the Scottish ministers put into law under Section 7 of the Gender Representation on Public Boards, Scotland Act 2018. There we go. So Scotland minister said yes, basically. Section 29 of the Scotland Act provides the provision of an Act of Scottish Parliament is outside of legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament if it relates to reserved matters. Schedule 5 to the Scotland Act specifies matters which are reserved to the United Kingdom Parliament. One of the reserved matters, Section L2, is equal opportunities. Since May 2016, there may have been exceptions to reservation of equal opportunities to allow Scottish Parliament to legislate for positive action measures in relation to persons to be appointed to non-executive posts on the boards of certain public authorities in Scotland. Section L2 of Schedule 5, so far as relevant, stated the exception as. We'll read that in a minute. So basically, this group, For Women Scotland, brought this to the Scottish Parliament, and the Scottish ministers put it under law under Section 7 of the gender representation on public boards. However, while that law is in place, and while that act is in place, that section of the act, they still have to, that's their level of ruling, but there is a level above that, which is the Supreme Court ruling, because the Supreme Court has ruling over Scottish law. So this is because there is a contention here, the Supreme Court, basically British law, supersedes Scottish law. Yeah, you're going to be hearing my Discord pings, whatever. I don't know why streamer mode doesn't turn it off, but oh well, you'll hear my pings. That's how I'm understanding this. And so therefore, when this happened, it had to be moved over to Supreme Court to see if, this thing could actually do anything. Have they written a law that they can't act upon or not? And it's sounding like the law's okay by the Supreme Court ruling. Okay, Section L2 of Schedule 5, so far as relevant, stated the exceptions. Equal opportunities so far as relating to the inclusion of persons with protected characteristics is non-executive posts on boards of Scottish public authorities with mixed functions or no reserved functions. I didn't know, there's more to it. Equal opportunities in relation to the Scottish functions of any Scottish public authority or cross-border public authority other than any function that relates to the inclusion of persons in non-executive posts on boards of Scottish public authorities with mixed functions or no reserved functions. I didn't understand that at all. Equal opportunities so far as relating to the inclusion of persons with protected characteristics in non-executive posts on boards of Scottish public authorities with mixed functions or no reserved functions. Oh, these are the exceptions. So that's an exception where if it's messing with equal opportunity, then this thing doesn't apply. Okay? And then the other thing is equal opportunities in relation to Scottish function of any Scottish public authority. Okay. Basically, you can't discriminate in your hiring practices against trans people, is how I'm kind of reading this, or any protected characteristic. So this hearing that we're on about here, that the Scottish Parliament did, doesn't affect or is null and void when in reference to equal opportunities both being employed privately and by the public sector, is what that means, as I understand it. I could be wrong, I'm not a lawyer. The Scottish Parliament passed the 2018 Act to provide for positive action measures to be taken in relation to the appointment of women to non-executive posts on boards of certain Scottish public authorities. The 2018 Act sets out a gender representation objective for a public board, which is that it has a 50% of non-executive members who are women. This is where things get to be a thing. The attainment of this objective is carefully circumscribed by Section 4, which makes clear that preference can be given to a woman in order to further the objective only where there is no best candidate, and only if the appointment of an equally qualified male candidate cannot be justified on the basis of his particular characteristics or situation. So basically, they have like an equity thing going on where they have literally quotas. So it has to be 50-50, male-female. And it sounds like that is still going to treat trans women as women there. Which makes sense, because otherwise, if it needs to be 50% men and 50% women, where do trans people even fit into that? Are we treating them as AGAB? Are they just not? So 0%, I guess. Like, it becomes tricky. They would have to extend the ruling, I guess, to also start defining things like women. Okay, the Act's characteristics or situation. Section 2 of the 2018 Act defined woman as including a person who has the protected characteristic of gender reassignment. This is what I was just saying. A person who has protected characteristic of gender reassignment within the meaning of Section 7 of the Equality Act of 2010, if and only if the person is living as a woman and is proposing to undergo, is undergoing, or has undergone a process or part of a process for the purpose of becoming female. Basically, do anything to transition, and then we count that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Okay, how do I, in OBS, change the stream title? Here we go. You. And then... Okay, but how do I change that? Switch account, select stream, refresh page. I guess if I open up Studio, which I need to very carefully do, let's just, so that you guys don't see my logging details. Boop, get fucked. You, and you, and then head over to YouTube Studio, using the other account, not the bot account. Switch accounts, Trans Network, happy days. Oh, we're almost at 150 subs. We need 3 more subs. Make it happen, people. Switch account. Why didn't you switch account? You're not switching. You did switch account. Okay. View your channel. Oh, I haven't got any of the... I don't even know if you guys are doing things. I need to go over here real quick and then grab the alerts, because we don't have any alerts. So if somebody subs, we're not going to know. If somebody has subbed during this, I am very sorry that you didn't get a freaking little thing pop up, because you're supposed to. Yeah, let's do it in the top corner. Let's do it in the top corner for now. Nah, it's going to look shit. It's going to look shit. We'll do something like that. And we'll just put it in the middle. Fuck it. That'll do. Okay, and let's go over here. And is there anything else I was meant to have there that I didn't have? I don't think so. Okay, I think that's everything. So you guys should be able to subscribe now, and it'll pop up on the screen. Sorry about that. I will have this fully set up properly next time, so that we have chat on screen. We have all the stuff. It'll look more like the just chatting screen, but with things ordered in a way that we can also have like a screen share going on. Okay, studio. Take me to my YouTube studio. Take me to my live stream. Why can I not just do this? You're very annoying. Ooh. Why can you not show me? Okay, if I go into content and go into live, can I see this current live stream? And can I change its fucking title, please? Holy shit, there we go. Details. Oh my god, we're doing it. We're doing it. Supreme. Instead of Supreme M. Save. I did it! Oh, I did it! I fucking did it. There we go. Sec. I guess I should keep that ready in case I ever need it. Okay. Goodbye. Boom. You go away. And now, oh my gosh, display capture, sick. Absolutely sick. Superman co-op. Hells yeah. Also, please set your Discord to do not disturb. Ah, that's a good idea. So this is going to go there. We'll go over to here, and then do not disturb. What a good idea. Can I do it here? I never do that shit. Do not disturb. Oh my god. 24 hours. Incredible. We did it. Thank you for that advice. That was a really good idea. Thank you, Soulstrings. I will get used to this whole streaming thing in time. Okay, so boo. In its first judicial review, the appellant challenged the statutory definition of woman in Section 2 of 2018 Act and paragraphs of a statutory guidance dated June 2020. Excuse me. So that Scottish for Women, whatever, appealed a definition of woman in this. Okay? This being the definition. Okay? They appealed it, and paragraphs of a statutory guidance dated June 2020, which discussed the definition and explained that a trans woman had to meet 3 criteria. In Section 2, to have the characteristic of gender assignment, be living as a woman, and be proposing to undergo or be undergoing or have undergone a process or part of a process as set out in the Section 2 definition. The appeal was successful on an appeal before the Second Division of the Inner House of a Court Session for Women Scotland Limited versus Lord Advocate, which in paragraph 40 of its judicial dated 18th of February 2022 held that transgender woman is not a protected characteristic under the Equality Act 2010. Jesus. And that the definition of woman adopted in the 2018 Act impinges on the nature of protected characteristics, which is a reserved matter. By woman, in Section 2 of 2018 Act was outside of the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament. In other words, because the definition of woman in Section 2 of the 2018 Act, including trans women, is as defined, it went beyond the scope of the exception permitted by Section L2. It therefore purported to legislate in respect of reserved matter, namely equal opportunities, and so was outside the competence of the Scottish Parliament. That's what we're on about. Because this is all, because this is the Gender Recognition Act, and because this is the Equality Act, these acts are built into them, that they are forced upon all of the United Kingdom. They aren't just British acts. So even if you have your own parliament, like Scotland does and like Northern Ireland does, you cannot impact this law. And therefore, when something is appealed that purports to this law, it has to go up to the Supreme Court. So that's why the Scottish Parliament were unable to rule on it. They had to move it up. Okay. The response of the Scottish ministers to the judicial decision was to issue fresh statutory guidance stated 19th April 2022. The guidance operated on the premise that the decision of the Second Division This guidance operated on the premise that the decision of the Second Division had nullified the definition of woman in Section 2 of the 2018 Act. So they're basically saying that the guidance means that woman doesn't exist. Instead, the Scottish ministers asserted that a person who had been issued with a full gender recognition certificate, that her acquired gender was female, had the sex of a woman, so that her appointment would count towards the achievement of 50% objective. As explained below, this stance was consistent with the advice given by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, EHRC, which is the non-departmental public body in Great Britain with responsibility for promoting and enforcing the equality and non-discrimination laws in England, Scotland and Wales. So again, we're seeing the Gender Recognition Act, that her acquired gender was female, had the sex of a woman. Okay? So previously, a gender recognition certificate means that you are defined as... Well, no, in fact, it still is the case that a Gender Recognition Act means that you are legally defined as the gender of female and has the sex of a woman. Which in my mind, and I imagine they probably do address this further in the document, but that means we have a confliction there where if woman in the 2010 Act is defined as biological sex, as assigned gender at birth, and a Gender Recognition Act is changing your sex, then these two things conflict. How can I be defined as a female sex and also be male? It doesn't make sense. But they're probably going to address this. I would hope that they address that. Or it's going to be that basically the Gender Recognition Act doesn't mean anything, specifically in the 2010 Equalities Act. And everywhere else it still does. Who knows? We'll find out. The paragraph of revised guidance with the appellant the paragraph of revised guidance which the appellant challenges states, there is no definition of woman set out in the Act with effect from 19th of April 2022 following decisions of the Court of 18th of February and 22nd of March 2022. Therefore, woman in the Act has the meaning under Section 11 and Section 212 of the Equality Act 2010. In addition, in terms of Section 9 of the Gender Recognition Act of 2004, where a gender recognition certificate has been issued to a person that their acquired gender is female, the person's sex is that of a woman, and where a full gender recognition certificate has been issued to a person that required gender is male, the person's sex becomes that of a man. You look at the scroll bar outside. Yeah, I know. We're not going to have time to go all of this. But we'll just keep going and I'll finish when I want to finish. The time to finish is 5, but... we can always split this between a few streams as well. I just get very distracted very easily, as you've been able to tell so far. Dramatic reading, fuck yeah. Okie dokie. What did I just read? That bit, so we're on to here. In July 2022, the appellant petitioned for judicial review to challenge revised statutory guidance issued by the Scottish ministers, which it argues is unlawful because it is based on an error of law. The appellant seeks a declarator that the guidance is unlawful is unlawful and in order for its reduction or for reduction of those parts which are found to be unlawful. The appellant argues that the guidance is not within the devolved competence of the Scottish Government under Section 54 of the Scotland Act, which provides references in this Act to the exercise of a function being within or outside devolved competence are to be read in accordance with this section. In the case of any function other than a function of making, confirming, or approving subordinate legislation, it is outside devolved competence to exercise the function or exercise it in any way so far as a provision of an Act of the Scottish Parliament conferring the function. Basically, because the Scottish Government is a devolved government from the British Government, they're not allowed to make acts on this. They're not allowed to make rulings on this. And therefore, that bit was part of it. Or as the case may be, conferring it so as to be exercisable in that way, would be outside the legislative competence of the Parliament. Same as what I was just saying. Basically, Scotland ain't allowed to rule on that. And so their ruling where they're making that ruling of the Gender Recognition Act, as stated here, is null and void because they weren't allowed to do that. Okay. The petition followed correspondence, or at least that's what the appellants are saying, and that seems to be what was accepted. The petition followed correspondence between the appellant solicitors and the Scottish Government Legal Directorate in a letter dated the 1st of June 2022 to appellants of the solicitors of the Directorate referred to the EHRC's guidance entitled Separate and Single-Sex Service Providers, a guide of the Equality Act sex and gender reassignment provisions, as updated in April 2022. In the light of the decision of the Inner House, which we described above, the letter quoted from a section of the EHRC guidance, which was headed What the Equality Act Says About the Protected Characteristics of Sex and Gender Reassignment, and which stated, under the Equality Act 2010, sex is understood as binary, being a man or a woman. For purposes of the Act, a person's legal sex is their biological sex, as recorded on their birth certificate. A trans person can change their legal sex by obtaining a gender recognition certificate. A trans person who does not have a gender recognition certificate retains the sex recorded on their birth certificate for the purpose of the Act. So that's what EHRC guidance says, and that's what the Scottish people that were doing the thing before, that's what they rule it based off of, or that's what they made the ruling based off of. So that was like their defense. The letter continued. EHRC guidance confirms that a trans woman with a full GRC has changed their legal sex from their biological sex, male, to their acquired sex, female. Therefore, that trans woman has the protected characteristics under the 2010 Act of their acquired sex, female. In terms of the 2018 Act, this means that a trans woman with a full gender recognition certificate must be treated as a woman, which is the position set out in the sentence in the guidance on the 2018 Act that your clients disagree with. Okay, so it sounds like EHRC are like, they're on this whole gender recognition certificate stuff. Okay, quick drink break because I feel myself struggling a bit. Yeah, sorry, we have no legal definitions of non-binary in the UK. So legally, you cannot be recognised as non-binary in the UK. Sorry. So when we were talking about, if we're talking about like a ward, you would have to be, you would either be, if you get a Gender Recognition Certificate Act previously, you would have been able to be in the ward of what that act says, what that certificate says, but that certificate would have to say male or female. Yeah, basically, legally, you just stop existing as soon as you enter the UK. That's what happens. Non-binary people here, there's a weird thing that happens. I think it's to do with our tea consumption. When you drink a cup of tea, if you're non-binary, you just start fading away. I don't know what to tell you. It's how we work here, okay? I don't know if they just turn invisible or if they cease to exist. I don't know. But as the law states, non-binary people don't exist. So, unperceivable, non-existent. You can do crimes and no one will stop you because you don't exist. Yeah, probably. True. Okay, did we read that bit? The Scottish Government's revised position, therefore, is that a trans woman with a full GRC is treated by the Equality Act as having acquired sex of a woman and therefore is a woman in the sections, yeah, we know this. In addition to the biological woman included in sections on their cases, therefore guidance would mean exactly the same without the third sentence. I feel like this repeats itself a lot. Do we care about the rest of this bit? As explained... Oh yeah, you have to be 18 to apply for a gender recognition certificate. Full GRC issued to a person's gender becomes, for all purposes, the acquired gender, so that if the acquired gender is a female gender, then this person's sex becomes that of a woman. But that provision, that's so weird that they put gender, female, and then sex, woman. What a weird way to do that. I guess that's how our legal system works, but what a weird thing to do that. Like, woman is gender, female is normally sex. That's how this is normally used in language, but whatever. If you're trans femme, then your best bet would have been, or I guess still is, if you're in the UK, you'd be going for a female Gender Recognition Certificate Act, and be just a trans woman. That's like the best you'd be able to do, because obviously you can't get non-binary. So, where did I stop? Okay, yeah, so 25. The central issue on the appeal is the reference in the Equality Act 2010 to a person's sex and to woman and female are to be interpreted in the light of Section 9 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 as included persons who have an acquired gender through the possession of a GRC. The focus of this appeal is not on the status of a large majority of trans people who do not possess a full GRC. Their sex remains in law their biological sex, which is how it's always been. This appeal addresses the position of a small minority of trans people who possess a full GRC. Ben Cooper KC, who appears for the intervener, Sex Matters, states in para 31 of his written case that based on the most recent census data, the Office of National Statistics estimated that there are about 48,000 trans men and 48,000 trans women in England and Wales, and Scotland's census 2022 found that 19,990 people were trans, compared with a total of 8,464 people who have ever obtained a gender recognition certificate. As at June 2024, he points out that neither possession of a GRC nor the protected characteristic of a gender reassignment requires any specific physiological change. Cool. Okay, the decision. And we're going to pause very quickly. Okay, let's just do a little testy test. If I open this window, that is going to be on your screen. So let's just get it off your screen real quick so I can very quickly send a message to mine's boyfriend. Because guess what I just realised? I haven't had any lunch today. Which I was warned that I'm going to forget to have lunch with my new meds. I've just started a higher dose of my ADHD meds and it's doing wonders. But yeah. Hey, can you microwave the shepherd's pie for me and send and bring it up please? I totally forgot lunch. Get you some food, hells yeah. Get off my screen. There we go. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything, and I'm suddenly fucking starving. I was meant to make some food before teaching earlier, and I just forgot because I was doing makeup and getting everything ready. But whatever. Okie dokie. The decision. What do they do? Lady Halden heard the appealant's challenge in the Outer House in a carefully reasoned judgment dated 13th of December 2022. She dismissed the petition. She rejected the appealant's argument for the Inner House's decision in the first judicial review, had authoritatively determined that sex in the EA, we'll just call it EA, was confined to biological sex only. She held that Section 9 of the Gender Recognition Act, GRA, I'm going to start using acronyms because it's a lot of words, had the effect that a GRC changed a person's sex for all purposes, stating that the language of Section 9 of GRA could scarcely be clearer. She rejected the appealant's submission that the GRA had a narrow purpose which had been largely superseded by the subsequent legislation, including legislation establishing the legality of same-sex marriage. She observed the GRA listed exceptions to the rule in Section 9, such as marriage, parenthood, succession, peerages, and trusts, and stated that the founding principle of Section 9 of the GRA is a broad one. That the acquired gender becomes the person's sex for all purposes, subject to any other enactments, or the statutory exceptions listed. Lady Halden rejected the submissions that there was a conflict between GRA and the EA, which she stated was food. Not food. Did you get my message? Could you microwave some lunch for me, please? Because I totally forgot to have any lunch and I'm fucking starving. Thank you. Hang on, guys. What? Oh, yeah, sure. Why? Where you going? Okie dokie. Just a second, guys. I need to turn a Bluetooth off on my phone so my boyfriend can use his headphones. Okie dokie. Beep, 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 beep. Cool. Okay, Bluetooth's off. Okay, camera good? Camera good. Camera fine. Camera needs to be moved just a little bit inwards. Okay, and then when I slouch and use horrible posture, I'm in the correct position. It could have been up a little bit. Just a little bit. Did I even go up a little bit? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. I don't even know if I moved it at all there. Okay, I'm so hungry. Hi, starving on mum. Fuck you. Cool. Okay, let's keep going. Boo. She rejected the appealance. Yeah. She observed that. The acquired gender becomes a person's sex. Yep. Lady Halden rejected the submission, but there was a conflict between the GRA and the EA, which she stated was drafted in full awareness of the 2004 Act and its ambit, and that the EA impliedly repealed or disapplied, Section 9 of GRA. As a result, sex in the EA was not confined to biological sex, but includes the acquired sex of those who possess a GRC, obtained under the GRA 2004. Lady Halden therefore concluded that the revised guidance of the Scottish ministers on the 2018 Act was lawful. So everything so far, all the case history so far, is that we should be ruling a GRC to be a sex change legally. Let's see how the hell they got to the decision they came to. The second division, this ruling that is being talked about right now is when they first appealed it to the Scottish government. The second division of the Inner House, on the 1st of November 2023, refused the appealant's reclaiming motion. The second division, agreeing with Lady Halden, that held that GRA was a far-reaching enactment which created a mechanism by which a person could change his or her sex in the eyes of the law. The judgment stated that the section, those, GRA read together meant that a person with a GRC acquires the opposite gender for all purposes unless there is a specific exception in the GRA, or unless the terms and context of a subsequent enactment require a different interpretation to follow. The judgment continued. Should that occur, however, it is to be expected that the inapplicability. Should that occur, however, it is to be expected that the inapplicability of Section 9 would be clearly stated, or at the very least, that the terms of subsequent legislation are such that they are incompatible with and would be rendered meaningless or unworkable by the application of the general principle stated in Section 9. There's my food. Cheers. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've got shepherd's pie and it's going to be fucking lovely. How are we doing, guys? Is all this making sense so far? Obviously. It's a big document. So it's going to take us a while to get into the meat of it. I've never read a British Supreme Court hearing before. So I don't know how much of this is going to be really stuff we give a fuck about. In fact, you guys are the viewers. You're the audience. I'll let you make this decision. If you want to, up to you guys. Do we continue as we are, just reading through it as we go, and when we get, eventually we'll have to just pause and read the rest on another stream? Or do we skip ahead to the more relevant sections? What do you think? Because right now they're talking about the, that's some interesting context. They're talking about how the 4 Women Scottish group brought this twice, and they're currently just going over the first hearing. Obviously, for one that's the most recent thing is that second hearing. They're going over the whole process of how it went to the Supreme Court instead of remaining in Scotland. My guess is this is just going to be a back and forth where the forming group appealed it. So they tried to have this interpreted in a certain way, and then there was said the freaking what was her name? The woman with a cool name, Lady Halden, said "fuck you." GRC means illegal sex change under the eyes of the law. And then they appealed it again, and I'm guessing they either got rejected or part of their appeal was moving it up the food chain to the Supreme Court. So they got rejected, and then they were like, okay, Supreme Court, maybe you can do something here. And the Supreme Court was like, actually, yeah, we are the ones that have jurisdiction here. Or the appeal was that the Scottish government doesn't have jurisdiction. Red says skip ahead. What do other people think? Are you interested in knowing the background behind this? Or would you prefer to just get into the meat of the implications of the actual ruling that we've just had? Because I think the focus on this bit right now is just the Scottish bit, which has been overruled. We'll decide while I'm eating. Once I've eaten, then I'll make a decision. In terms of the future, by the way, the plan is stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Public lessons will also be held during those times. So part of the streams will be any public lessons we have. Yeah, right now, food break. Yeah, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays for streaming, and the public lessons will be during those streams. And then when we're not doing lessons, we'll be doing just whatever. Right now, the thing I'm most interested in finding out is about this gender recognition stuff, and the Supreme Court hearing. But we can go over all sorts. We can do stuff with just some basic gaming stuff. We can do questions and just chatting with chat. Whatever, really. In the future, hopefully we'll have some debates going on. If you know a vocal coach that wants to debate stuff, what I'm generally going to be doing is to do the debates and to participate in debate. You join my Discord, you get a special role that allows you to join in, and part of that role allows you to just jump in when we're during any of the live streams. If there's something that another coach wants to talk about, then they can just jump in and talk about it. That's sort of the idea. Oh, while we're waiting as well, let's do another raffle. Hells yeah. Who knows who will win? Not me. Nobody does. Nobody will know. But somebody will win, and we won't know who it is. Let's, okay, I'm going to pop that there, but then I'm going to pop it away from what you guys can see. Okay? And I'll tell you who wins. Because I'll just like see your number go up. Okay, waiting to see somebody's number go up. I think the last one did end because I waited after the 30 seconds and then I tried to join and I couldn't join. So I'm just looking to see if somebody's number changes, to see if anything happens. Although I've totally just been looking at chat and have no idea. And totally wasn't looking at all. So, rip. Okay, Red's the only person who just joined. But I don't see any points being added to Red. Which makes that a very good test for me to know that the bot breaks past that point. It just stops. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Raffles aren't doing shit. That sucks, but it is what it is. You are scammed. Get fucked. True, but you know what I'll do? You're the only person. What just got removed? Oh, you retracted it. That's fine. I thought the bot was freaking after you again. Here's what we'll do. Here's my Supreme Court ruling. You won that because nobody else joined. Therefore, definitionally, you won the raffle. So, how many is it supposed to give you? Yeah, it's all good. Scripts. It doesn't even tell me how many you're supposed to get. What a weird system this is. Okay. RNG. Between 10 and 50. I'm rounding to the nearest 10 when I add these. If it's a 15, like if it's a 5, then it rounds up. Okay? Generate. Boom! 30 points. There you go. So, Red Kitten, your points are no longer 240. They are in fact 270. There you go. Enjoy your prize. It was well earned. Cool. And if you're ever curious, you can always try that and you will see that you don't have as many points as I do. Because I get to test things and change the numbers. Get fucked. Okie dokie, we're skipping ahead. We're skipping ahead. Oh my god, look at all those points that I have. Get screwed. I totally didn't just set myself to have a bunch of points. Okay, where are we going to be skipping to then? Interventions in this appeal. Legal background of Sex Discrimination Act of 1927. That's... that might be useful to know. Wait, no, that's a different act. What are we talking about? I don't care about that. Give me the meat. Where is the stuff? Discrimination on the grounds of being transgender. Different thing. I guess these are all the things. Here we go. GRA 2004. These are all the things that have informed their decision is essentially how this is going to work. I'm assuming. Okie dokie. The enactment of the GRA 2004 was prompted by the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. That stuff versus United Kingdom. And by a declaration of incompatibility made by the House of Lords in Bellinger versus Bellinger. In Goodwin, the applicant's biological sex was male, but she has gone... That's nice that they use the right pronouns. The applicant's biological sex was male, but she has undergone gender reassignment surgery. That's probably going to mean bottom surgery. What was that? European Court of Human Rights. Okay. The European Courts of Human Rights held that it was a breach of applicants' right to respect for private life under Article 8 of a convention for there to be no legal recognition of her acquired gender. The European Court of Human Rights, what's the T stand for? European Court of Human Rights? I don't know what the T is. Why is there a T for of? Described the applicant as having initially undergone hormone therapy, grooming classes, and voice training. I don't know what they mean by grooming classes, but okay. Oh, like grooming, like doing your hair and shit. Jesus fucking Christ. And voice training, and as having lived fully as a woman since 1985. Again, this was a 2005 act, so 20 years. She later underwent gender reassignment surgery at a National Health Service hospital. The court referred to various difficulties faced by the applicant because of the failure of the law to recognise her acquired gender. These included her inability to change her birth certificate and different treatment as regards social security and national insurance issues, pensions and employment. So all the letters she'd have been getting would have been saying her old name and saying he, him, or like sir and shit like that. The court recognised that it had held that the UK law did not interfere with respect to private life, but in the light of then social conditions, it reassessed the appropriate reflection of the convention. Okay. So even the Gender Recognition Act, in my mind, is clearly stating that if you have a gender recognition certificate, which I'm guessing is what is created as a resolution for this woman here, then it's a change of legal sex in the eyes of law. The European Court of Human Rights was struck. Oh, we're not in the EU anymore. The European Court of Human Rights. I don't know how much that applies to us anymore because we are not in the EU. That could be relevant here. Was struck in particular by the fact that the National Health Service recognised the condition of gender dysphoria and provided reassignment surgery with a view to achieving as one of its principal purposes as close an assimilation as possible to the gender in which the transsexual, Jesus Christ, perceives that he or she properly belongs. Yet there was no legal recognition of her changed status in law. The court discussed medical evidence about the causes of what is called transsexualism and noted that the vast majority of contracting states, including the UK, provided treatment including irreversible surgery. However, the ongoing debate about the exact causes of a condition were of diminished relevance because, given the numerous and painful interventions involved in such surgery and the role of commitment and conviction required to achieve a change in social gender role, it could not be suggested that there was anything arbitrary or capricious in the decision taken by a person to undergo gender reassignment. Paragraph 81. Okay. Probably CT means court here. Yeah, you're probably right. Currently, the UK is still committed to following EU human rights stuff. The UK government seems to be trying to get out of it ATM. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. So generally, we should be listening to what those fuckers say. The court concluded that the unsatisfactory situation in which the post-operative transsexual... The court concluded that the unsatisfactory situation in which post-operative transsexuals live in an intermediate zone, which is not quite one gender or the other, was no longer sustainable. The Goodwin judgment was considered by the House of Lords in Berlinga, where their lordships were invited to declare a marriage valid, which had entered into a man and a trans woman. The lordships declined to do so. Lord Nichols referred to Goodwin and the government's announcement that it is intended to bring forward primary legislation to address the issue. He said that recognition of Mrs. Berlinga as female for the purpose of Section 11 of the matrimonial clause Act 1973, would necessitate giving expressions of male and female in that act a novel, extended meaning. That a person may be born with one sex, but later become regarded as a person of the opposite sex, Lord Nichols went on. This would represent a major change in the law, having far-reaching ramifications. It raises issues where solution calls for extensive inquiry and the widest public consultation and discussion. Questions of social policy and administrative feasibility arise at several points, and their interaction has to be evaluated and balanced. The issues are altogether ill-suited for determination by courts and court procedures. They are preeminently a matter of Parliament, for more especially when the government in unequivocal terms has already announced its intention to introduce comprehensive primary legislation on this difficult and sensitive subject. So what Lord Nichols is arguing is making this change, having a transgender person legally recognised as their gender, being their sex, is a big deal. It's not a small thing. And so it would be inappropriate for that to be changed just through interpretation of law. Really, if you want to do this, you need to write a law. And therefore, So okay, here's what I'm confused about. That seems to contradict exactly what we were just saying the ruling was. So I've missed something here. NHS recognised the gender. Gender dysphoria. There's no legal recognition. Oh, so the court was just saying that we have a problem here. And it sounds like it concluded that the unsatisfactory situation in which, So, okay, it's just saying that it's not sustainable. We need to do something here. And at the end, when it came to the House of Lords to deal with, the House of Lords then said, not us. You need to write a law because this can't come from a court interpretation. Hot take, that seems reasonable actually. Because this isn't the purpose of the courts. This is what you write laws for. So I can understand that ruling. It's just not what the court is meant to do. Boo. Which is why it's weird that they now just have done it. Obviously the Supreme Court, not the House of Lords. No, the House of Lords would be the Supreme Court. Oh, I don't know, it gets all muddled up. The House of Lords held further that it's not possible to read down the 1973 Act and make a declaration of incompatibility under Section 4 of the Human Rights Act 1998. The GRA 2004 came into force on the 4th of April 2005 and provides a framework for recognising a person's reassigned gender, the compatibility of the UK's provision for recognition of gender reassignment with Article 8 of the Convention was considered by the European Court. Again, in that, there's a trans woman complained that she was only entitled to receive her state pension at age 65, the age for men, rather than at 68, the age for women. That is wild, but pensions start at different ages for different for men and women. She had been issued with a GRC once the GRA 2004 came into force. The court held that the duration of the applicant's victim status lasted from the occasion on which she was refused a pension following the court's judgment in Goodwin until the passing of GRA 2004. The main provisions of GRA 2004. So remember, in this bit where they were saying the Goodwin case, where they were saying, listen, write a law because we can't change it through interpretation. It just doesn't work that way. That's happening before the GRA 2004, which means now they've written that law. The main provisions of a GRA provided for applications to be made for a GRC and for the criteria applied evidence provided, Section 23. Established a panel to determine those applications. Provided for the consequence of the issue of gender recognition certificate, including the creation and maintenance of a gender recognition register. provided for a prohibition on disclosure of protected information about a person who made an application. This is what Red was on about. So the gender recognition, did they say was a board earlier? Or the gender recognition panel, I guess, the people in charge of a whole thing with GRA, they cannot disclose somebody's gender recognition certificate status other than to that individual or with that individual's permission. Provide for a prohibition, disclosure. And limited amendments to the SDA. We discuss each of these briefly in turn, focusing for present purposes on the text of the GRA as originally enacted, since neither party has suggested that any of the amendments made to the GRA can affect how it applies to the EA 2010. Wait, what? We discuss each of these briefly in turn, focusing for present purposes on the text of the GRA 2004 as originally enacted, since neither party has suggested any of the amendments made to the GRA 2004 can affect how it applies to the EA 2010. Why would... Oh! Okay, yeah, okay. Those amendments were made, but they ain't relevant to this, so they didn't talk about it. None of the amendments are relevant to this, and therefore they're not talking about the amendments. That's fine. Okie dokie, applications for gender recognition certificates. Excuse me. I can feel my voice getting tired because this is a lot of talking out loud. Like this is way more intense than the workshops are. Section 1 of GRA 2004 provides that a person aged 18 or over can apply on the basis of living in the other gender or having changed gender in an overseas country. Section 2 provides that where the application is based on the person living in the other gender, the panel must grant that the application is satisfied that the applicant satisfies 4 criteria, namely the applicant has or has had gender dysphoria. That would be you've got a diagnosis, has lived in the acquired gender throughout the period of 2 years, ending with a date on which the application is made. This is the tricky one because not a lot of things count. Like your social media posts don't count, pictures of you out and about don't count, bank statements with your new name, things like that count. Yeah, this is really difficult to do because of how they define what counts as evidence. This live stream doesn't count as me presenting as a woman. Yeah. Intends to continue to live in the acquired gender until death and complies with the evidential requirements imposed by and under Section 3. The evidence required under Section 3 includes 2 medical reports, one of which must be a registered medical practitioner or chartered psychologist practicing in the field of gender dysphoria, and that report must include details of a diagnosis of the applicant's gender dysphoria. Further, if the applicant has undergone or is undergoing or plans to undergo treatment to modify sexual characteristics, one of the reports must include detail of that treatment. The applicant must provide a statutory declaration that the applicant has lived in the acquired gender for 2 years and intends to do so until death. From its enactment, the Gender Recognition Act 2004 went further than the decision in Goodwin may strictly have required at that point to ensure compliance with Article 8. The applicant in Goodwin has undergone the European Court, what the European Court described as the long and difficult process of transformation. But the GRA recognised a broader class of transgender people as entitled to formal recognition even if they have not undergone surgery in that respect. So the GRA says, we don't care about medical shit, we care about are you living as your gender, like full time. Yeah, after death they just revoke it. Get fucked. Okay, so we can skip that bit. The court noted that imposing such a precondition presented transgender persons with an impossible dilemma if they did not want to undergo sterilization, surgery, or treatment. Yeah. Okay, applications for a GRC are determined by the panel in private. We know about this, Shed. This isn't the important, Shed. So this is just how you get a GRC. Okay. When a full gender recognition certificate is issued to a person, the person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender. So that if the acquired gender is the male gender, the person's sex becomes that of a man. If it is female gender, woman's sex. Subsection. Subsection 1 does not affect things done or events occurring before the certificate is issued, but it does operate for the interpretation of enactments passed and instruments and other documents made before the certificate is issued. Subsection 1, or 3, subsection 1, is subject to provision made by this Act or any other enactment or any subordinate legislation. Okay, basically, trans women become women in the eyes of the law. Section 2 and Section 3 address the effects of the GRC on the UK birth register entry in relation to the recipient. Yep, we don't care about that. GRA 2004 also expressly accepted particular matters, providing that they were not affected wholly or in part by the grant of GRC. Succession, the descent of peerages, the administration of trusts, and the disposition of property under a will were effectively accepted from the regime by sections 15 to 18. Other exceptions, some of which remain in force, were provided for as follows. Section 12, provided that the fact that a person's gender has become the acquired gender does not affect the status of a person as father or mother of a child. Interesting. So you are still legally the father, even if you are a legal woman, right? Weird. I don't know where the law has like father and mother as terms that are relevant, but Section 19 provided that a person may be excluded from participating as a competitor in gender-affected sport. Yeah, the sport thing. Doesn't apply to sports. Section 20 provided that receipt of a GRC did not prevent a person from being convicted of a gender-specific offence, which can be committed only by a person of their biological gender, or from being a victim of an offence which only people of their biological gender can be victims. I have no idea what crimes would be relevant to this. What is a crime that you can only commit to a woman? I have no idea. I imagine this is going to come into sexual violence stuff. I thought their terms were broader though. Like I didn't think there was a separate thing of like if you rape a man and if you rape a woman. I don't know. Could apply to hate crime stuff, maybe? Hate crime against a woman would be a hate crime against a woman? I'm not sure. You think that's like on your child's birth certificate? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. GRC evidence sucks. You've almost got your gender recognised in Australia though, which seems to allow you to skip the majority of difficulties via international applicant route. I thought you were British. Were you in Australia before? Is that how that works? Can I get recognised by Australia? Crimson theft. True. But yeah, it is very difficult to get a gender recognition certificate here. Makes you feel better. Your voice still sounds great. Thank you very much. It's definitely starting to weaken. You're born in Australia. That's so cool. So you have an Australian birth certificate. That's cool. So how old is what is a gender recognition certificate? How does that work for you? Do you use your Australian one, or do you also need a British one as a British, I assume, citizen? Yeah, that's interesting. International applicant route. Interesting. Cool. Section 22 provides for confidentiality of protected information and remains in force. It is an offence for a person who has acquired protected information in an official capacity to disclose that information to any other person. Yes, so they can't say if you have a gender recognition certificate, only you can do that. Provides gateways for the lawful disclosure of protected information, including where the information does not enable the applicant to be identified, or where the person has agreed to the disclosure. So yeah, you can agree to disclose it, but they can't disclose it without your agreement. You missed most of today? Oh, rip. We're going through this the gender stuff, the UK Supreme Court hearing, because they've just ruled that in the 2010 what's the act? I've spoken about so many acts today, I've lost my mind. The Equality Act of 2010, where it says woman, it means cis woman, basically. Assigned female at birth, which is got a lot of implications to it. Suppose it still make a woman in things unrelated to... Yeah, it's only in the Equality Act. Everywhere else, a gender recognition certificate means that the law views you as biologically what's on your certificate. So if you're a trans woman that has received a gender recognition certificate, then in all areas of law except the Equality Act, you are viewed as a biological woman in the eyes of the law. Which is a bizarre contradiction. Really, what it means is other areas of the law haven't been ruled on. So in theory, this Forum in Scotland Limited could now go and say, okay, here's another act. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but here's another act where women are referred to. We would like to appeal, but based on the decision of the court in 2025, that the understanding of the word woman should mean biological sex. And this could be evidence for that. So future hearings could mean that other things change, but right now, the only scope of this hearing is that this changes, the Equality Act of 2010. But it could be it could be case law used to change other things as well, or reinterpret other things. Okie dokie. Boo. Section 23 confirmed on the Secretary of State and on Scottish ministers and the appropriate Northern Ireland Department of a general power to make orders following appropriate consultation, modifying the operation of any enactment or subordinate legislation in relation to persons whose gender has become the acquired gender. This power was subsequently used to modify Scottish laws on marriage. So basically, let me double check, conferred. Oh, so this basically means that, wait, let me double check that. So they can modify how this is legislated in their respective countries, is how I'm interpreting this bit. So as I understand this means that the Secretary of State have said that Scottish ministers and the appropriate Northern Ireland Department have the power to, following appropriate stuff, to decide how this works exactly. I think that's what that means. And then Scotland used that to say, okay, trans women are women when marriage happens. Okay, so if you marry someone, then on the marriage certificate you are wife and Mrs. and all that stuff. And legally, a man and woman have married, assuming it was a dude you were marrying and it was a trans woman. Or vice versa, whatever. You get the idea. All of that assuming you have a GRC. Schedule 6 to the GRA made amendments to the SDA, in particular amendments to sections 7A and 7B inserted by 1999 regulations. Neither Schedule 6 nor any other provisions in the GRA made any express amendment to the definition of man and woman in the SDA. Cool, we don't care about that. As to what one can glean from the provisions of GRA about the intended effect of Section 9 on the scope of the SDA, the Scottish ministers drew the court's attention to paragraph 27 on the explanatory notes. The notes give as an example. That's a weird sentence. The notes give as an example of the effects of Section 9 that a trans man with a gender recognition certificate would be entitled to protection from discrimination as a woman. Oh, interesting. As a woman under the SDA. Okay? In our view, this is a good illustration of why the use to which the court should put explanatory notes is limited to the context of the legislation and the mischief to which its provisions are aimed. There is nothing in the notes to suggest that the department had undertaken the kind of detailed analysis of the effects of such change on the operation of provisions of the SDA as amended by the 1999 regulations that we have undertaken in the following sections of this judgment before giving that as an example of the effect of Section 9. So they're saying, if you're saying that legally a trans man is of the male sex, why the fuck does he have protection under discrimination of women? Which is a fair point to raise. No, me huggy. So all it means is anything in the 2010 Act where woman is being used, it means biologically female. There is a separate section talking about trans people, and that's unaffected. All it means is anywhere where the Equality Act says that you can't discriminate against women, they mean cis women. There will be and there's separate things for trans. There's a distinguishment between those now. Previously, it would be the case that if you had a gender recognition certificate, it's still the case that if you have a gender recognition certificate, then you are legally viewed as your sex becomes your gender. It's like the legal sex changes. But now, at least with regards to that specific act and the areas of it that mention woman just means biologically female. Anything else where the GRC is a thing is going to remain as it was. Cool. And currently, although we're only on page 26, currently, at least as I see it, there is an issue there of GRC says you are very clearly, and this is really laid out really well, but it really clearly says that a trans woman becomes a legal woman, a trans man becomes a man. In the eyes of the law, that's how that shit works. So I don't know how it could be possible that anywhere in the law they could be referring to anything where the GRC wouldn't apply. Cool. Okie dokie. In terms of the implications of this, obviously we haven't gotten through all of this, but as I've understood from research before this stream, the implications are basically it's limited to women's spaces. So if somewhere is exclusively a female space, then trans women won't be allowed in there anymore, even if they've got a gender recognition certificate. Hospital wards, if you're in a women's ward, then only biological females, so trans men will have to go there, and trans women won't be allowed to. And if you are a If you're a trans woman, you'll have to go to the men's ward. And then like prisons, men's prisons, women's prisons, that's all going to be stuff that refers to biological sex now. What other spaces are dictated by the government? I can't think of any others. Those are ones off the top of my head. For us, it's only relevant if you had a gender recognition certificate, because now that doesn't apply to anything in the Equality Act anymore, because the Equality Act has a predefined woman and man, which sucks. But if you didn't have a gender recognition certificate act, you're already fucked, basically. So like if I fall ill and have to go into a particular ward, unless that particular clinic has a policy that says otherwise, and we don't yet have a new NHS policy, unless it's just recently happened, about how this is going to play out in the NHS. But probably the case that I end up in a men's ward if I was to need that. Bathrooms in government buildings being legally, I don't know about that. I don't know if there is any legislation about bathrooms in government spaces, but possibly. That would only be for government buildings, obviously, but that might be the case. My understanding is basically bathrooms don't have much in the way of legislation. They're just left for people to do what they'll do, which has worked fine for most of the existence of toilets, but whatever. Hells yeah. Okay, let's keep going. The Scottish ministers make a different... if you were looking towards bottom surgery, by the way, just speaking with other trans people, and I don't have many examples of this, but I spoke to a trans dude who had top surgery, and he said that they put him in his own ward, but he was also just there overnight. So I don't know. It was just like a generic ward. It wasn't a sexed ward. So maybe that's a thing in more hospitals. Maybe that was just unique to that place. Maybe it was just unique to that procedure. Maybe it's just because he was only there overnight. I don't know. But yeah, so it might be the case that you don't have to be fucking recovering from bottom surgery for boys. Yeah. The Scottish minister the Scottish ministers make a different point on the scope of the amendments made by the SDA by Schedule 6 to the GRA. The amendments made to Section 7A and 7B disapplied the exceptions of GOQs. What was that? I don't remember them saying GOQ. Gender... I don't know. And supplementary GOQs in those sections if the discrimination was against a person whose gender had become the acquired gender under the GRA. The effect of the amendments made by Schedule 6 is to add a provision removing the exception, so discrimination is not permitted. Where discrimination over GOQ will be this thing that was on about here. The effects of the amendments made by Schedule 6 is to add a provision removing the exception, so discrimination is not permitted. Where the discrimination is against a person whose gender has become the acquired gender under the GRA, in our judgment, these provisions say nothing about the intended effect more generally of Section 9 on the meaning of terms man and woman in the SDA. In any event, the provisions regarding GOQs in Section 7A and 7B as amended were not carried forward in the Equality Act of 2010. Schedule 9 to the Act made fresh provisions for GOQs. Okay. My God. Okay, so evidence, guidance and case law on applications of gender recognition certificates. This is going to be the important bit. For this to make sense to me, they're going to somehow need to find a way that the case law conflicts with the idea that the law is viewing these people as their gender, as their sex having changed to align with their gender in the eyes of the law. That's what they're going to need to highlight. things like trans men having women's rights, or trans women having men's rights, and stuff like that is probably what we're going to be looking for here. For criteria in Section 2 and the evidence required in Section and the evidence requirement in Section 3 of the Gender Recognition Act 2004 has been the subject of guidance and some case law. There are several authorities which describe the condition of gender dysphoria, which must be diagnosed before the applicants can apply for GRC. Lady Hale described gender dysphoria as the overwhelming sense that my monitor's trying to turn off. The overwhelming sense that one has been born in the wrong body, the wrong anatomy, and the wrong physiology. She referred also to the transgender person's deep need to live successfully and peacefully in their reassigned gender, something which non-transgender people can take for granted. So far as medical reports required by Section 3 are concerned, the President of the panel issued guidance in 2005. So far as medical reports required by Section 3 are concerned, the President of the panel issued guidance in 2005 pursuant to paragraph 6 of Schedule 1, as amended, as to how panels should consider the medical evidence. The guidance states, the panel must therefore examine the medical evidence provided in order to determine whether it is satisfied that the applicant has or has had the diagnosis of gender dysphoria. In order to do so, the panel requires more than a simple statement that such a diagnosis was made. The medical practitioner practicing in the field who supplies the report should include details of the process followed and evidence considered over a period of time to make the diagnosis in the applicant's case. So it's not sufficient for you even to just bring the diagnosis. The diagnosis must include details of how they came to say, yes, you are trans. You have just gender dysphoria. Nor is it sufficient to use broad phrase gender reassignment surgery without indicating what surgery has been carried out. Good. Because gender reassignment surgery means nothing. Nor should relevant treatments be omitted, such as hormone therapy. These requirements are particularly pertinent in assisting the panel to be satisfied not only that the applicant has or has had gender dysphoria, but also lived in the acquired gender for at least 2 years and intends to live in the gender until death. So part of what they want as the evidence is your medical stuff. On the other hand, doctors need not set out every detail which has led them to make the diagnosis. What the panel needs is sufficient detail to satisfy itself that the diagnosis is soundly based and that the treatment received or planned is consistent with and supports that diagnosis. Makes sense. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, true. Wrong country indeed. In fairness, like, the scope of this isn't very big. It's mainly what who was it that mentioned it before? Melissa, maybe? Or it might have been Red that mentioned it before. The idea that, like, it's less what this law means, because for most of us it doesn't affect us. For most of us, we were already fucked. It's more about, in my opinion, how this is going to affect, like, the public discourse. Because, like, what do the public think about this? And what do the public even understand about this? Do they understand that it is purely, if you have a GRC, it is purely that the Equality Act no longer understands the GRC to be relevant in the definition of woman? Because that's all that this does. And do they more broadly think that the law is that biological sex is all that exists and that there is no legal trans anything? I don't know. My worry is that the public is going to be on the latter of that and thinking that there is no legal transition. And therefore, you know, the example I gave earlier of if I go to a public bathroom, is a member of the public going to be like, what the fuck? You're not allowed in the women's bathroom. Get the fuck out. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to just, I don't know, stay tuned into what the public are thinking. Touch grass, I guess. Yeah, it's the start of a slippery slope, and all the public is now seeing trans women legally aren't women. Yeah, exactly. That's my concern, because that's not what this means. But that's absolutely the headlines in papers, especially popular papers, which are usually shit, like the Sun and whatever, and the Daily Mirror? Yeah. So yeah, we'll just have to see. And even something that really concerned me was, it seemed like generally in the interviews I was seeing in the aftermath by the BBC, they were often like, the trans women they'd bring on was just like listening to their experience and whatever. And then the people that were in support and like celebrating this happening, I should be pointing this way, this happening, there was a lot of pushback against them, which is good. However, there was also a lot of weird stuff that happened. So like there was a debate, maybe we'll put it up at some point. There was a debate done by the BBC. No, it wasn't the BBC. It would have been Channel 4, because it was a Cathy Newman debate. So Cathy Newman hosting the debate, and there was a trans person on one side. It was a trans woman, a trans barrister, and someone from For Women Scotland on the other. I think it was from there at least. And at one point, the person from For Women Scotland referred to the trans woman as he, saying that like he is confused about his gender, and all of the description of what a trans person was a man that thinks that he's a woman. And there wasn't really much pushback. There was a point where Cathy Newman was like, I'd like to highlight the fact that you use the word he, him. How do you feel that, like you, and you know, there wasn't any pushback or saying like, hey, stop that, that's not what's up. Whereas I feel like before there would have been. Or like, I don't know, there'd have been pushback before and there wasn't. And like I've seen Cathy Newman herself giving pushback in those situations, and she didn't this time, which is like, what the fuck just happened? But yeah, so I don't know what happens now. The media seems to be like, they haven't moved a huge amount. They seem to still be in defense of trans people in general, but there's definitely a nudge. That buzzing, am I getting a phone call right now? Sorry, I'm not available. I'll have to pop that onto some kind of muted, not available thing in future streams. So yeah, this is all going to be like, what does the UK populace and the UK media do with this? How do they view it? Where do they take it further? I don't know. Links are not filtered instantly, but you're going to need to tell me what you're linking for me to be down to click on it. Make sure your link isn't a fucking weird link. Make sure it's something that I'm going to be like, oh, I know what that link is. Like if it says youtube.com, that's probably fine. If it says bbc.co.uk, that's probably fine. If it says some fucking weird ass shit, I'm probably not clicking on it. Is a ruling I will make that. Okay, so in that thing, a trans woman challenged the requirement under Section 3 of the GRA 2004 that she had to provide details to the panel of the surgical treatment she had undergone for the purpose of modifying her sexual characteristics. She argued this infringed on her Article 8 rights because applicants could be issued with a certificate without having undergone surgery and without therefore having to provide such details. The challenge was rejected. FOJ accepted the requirement to provide medical details, engaged the Article 8 right to respect for private life. However, where an applicant had undergone surgery or planned to do so, the fact was highly relevant, if not central to the application, and was plainly necessary to the panel's consideration of the criteria in the section. So while you are never forced to disclose if you've had surgery, generally, if you want a gender recognition certificate, it's part of the evidence. So you don't need to have had a surgery to get a GRC, but if you have had a surgery, they need to know, is what they're saying. Short YouTube video. Sure, tell me what it is, tell me what it's about, and link it, and I'll let you know if I'm going to click on it. Boo. Fowles said, undergoing or intending to undergo surgery for the purposes of modifying sexual characteristics is overwhelming evidence of the existence now or previously of gender dysphoria and of a desire of the applicant to live in the acquired gender until death. No competent, conscientious medical practitioner could produce a report on gender dysphoria which did not refer to treatment received. So if you've had a treatment, they got to know about all the treatment. She also recorded at paragraph 24 of her judgment that counsel of the Secretary of State had told the court that where an applicant has not undergone any treatment, it is the panel's usual procedure to require the second report submitted by the applicant to explain why this is the case. She concluded that given that the information was necessary to the decision to be taken and what is dissemination beyond the panel was prohibited, and its dissemination beyond the panel was prohibited. The provision of the information was necessary and proportionate to the legitimate aim, and there was no breach of Article 8. So, if you've had any treatments and you want to go for a general recognition certificate, they gotta know those treatments. They want to know all about it. But they are prohibited from sharing that information in any way without your consent. A man who identifies as a woman is directly quoted in the Supreme Court ruling, aka why the media host probably didn't challenge it. I suppose that makes sense. Although this person wasn't saying, in fact, none of the media, actually, I haven't seen anybody saying man who identifies as a woman. I've seen man that thinks he's a woman, which feels way more loaded to me. I can understand in the wording of law a situation where you're having a man who identifies as a woman being a transgender woman. I don't mind that being in the law. That seems like an okay wording. Like, you're going to have weird wording. It's just the way it is. But in a media interview where you're saying a man that thinks he's a woman, he's a woman, like, come on, you know? It's just like, that's a bit cringe. Let's be real. Okie dokie. All right, this is more about how the GRC works. I'm going to skip this bit because it's not relevant to what we're talking about. If you are interested in how the gender recognition certificate labels living in an acquired gender, we will do that on a future one. Let me know that you're interested in it and I'll do it in a future one. But it's not what we're going for right now. And we could do with skipping some sections because this is 88 pages. Jesus. Yeah, exactly. And I don't mind if somebody uses that wording in an interview. Like, if that's their position, that's their position. That's your job to give your position. The interviewee, no, the interviewer should be pushing back. Either saying, like, hey, stop being an arsehole, along those lines, you know? Or like, hey, that's not what it means. Like, if you're going to give a definition and your definition is wrong, I feel like the interviewer should step in there and say, hey, your definition is incorrect. Because, like, the whole idea of an interview is we're bringing information to the public. Like, if you're a news organization, you bring information to the public. So if you are using a definition, your definition needs to be correct. Otherwise, you're misleading the public. Otherwise, you've defeated the purpose of the interview. If they make a statement like, I think that the definition of a trans woman should be a man that believes he is a woman, that could be your opinion, but that is an opinion. And if you're stating that is what a trans woman is, then in my opinion the interviewer needs to step in, because that's not what a trans woman is, or something along those lines, you know. Or at least if you're in an interview, if you're interviewing two people and one of those people is a trans woman and the other interviewee refers to that trans woman by he, him, you should be stepping in there. What the fuck? That's in what world do you not step in there? That's crazy to me. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild to me that they didn't step in the fucking misgendering bit. That's crazy to me. Cathy Newman pointed it out, but there was not pushback. It was just like, oh, you're doing this. Interesting. That was it. Like, come on. Really? Back to our PDF. Case law on the effect of Section 9 Do I give a fuck about Section 9 here? As explained earlier, the principal issue in repeal is the effect of Section 9 of the GRA. We'll read a little bit of this. On the meaning of the words man and woman in the Equality Act of 2010. Section 9 provides both for a rule on a receipt of a GRC, the person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender, and also carve out from the operation of that rule, namely that is subject to a provision made in the GRA itself, or in any other enactment or any subordinate legislation. That's important as fuck. Let me reread that. Provides both for a rule that on a receipt of a GRC, the person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender, and also a carve-out from the operation of that rule, namely that it is subject to a provision made in the GRA itself or in any other enactment. Like the 2010 one? What the fuck? In her submissions on this point, MS Crawford, KC, on behalf of Scottish ministers, compared... Oh, this is just her opinion. This isn't... Okay. Okay. That person on behalf of that people with Section 40 of the Adoption and Children Scotland Act 2007, that provides that an adopted person is to be treated in law as if born... Oh, I understand. This is one piece of case law that is relevant. And I would say this is like the most relevant thing. Like it just says it plainly. But whatever. Another piece of case law that provides that an adopted person is to be treated in law as if born as the child of the adopters or adopter, and further to be treated in law as not being the child of any other person other than the adopters or adopter. However, that deeming provision is not absolute, as the wording may suggest, since subsection provides that the court may direct that subsection does not apply or applies only to the extent specified in the direction. So I think it was Soul Strings earlier that brought the comparison between being a parent and adoption and all of that. It seems like that's such a good analogy that even the Supreme Court was like, we should include case law about adoptions, because that's where you're legally becoming something else, legally going from one person's child to another person's child. Both parties referred to the case of Fowler v. Revenue and Customs Commissioner on the court's approach to the similar issues of interpreting and applying statutory deeming provisions. The court recognises that it would be entirely incorrect to describe Section 9 as creating a legal fiction, as a deeming provision does. Okay. To the extent that the guidance given by Lord Briggs, JSC, with whom the other justices agreed, is nevertheless helpful by analogy, we note that he emphasised the importance of construing the provision in its context to ensure that it does not produce effects clearly outside the purpose for which it is included in the legislation. It should not be applied so far as to produce unjust, absurd, or anomalous results. So, okay. So, it isn't a legal fiction. However, it would not apply if the result is unjust, absurd, or anomalous results. Seems like an overstretch to me. Seems like that's something that should be done at the legislative level. I don't know why a Supreme Court would be basing unjust, absurd, or anomalous results when it comes to just... that shouldn't be relevant to them, right? Because they're just interpreting. So even if they hate their interpretation, if they think it's going to be worse for the country, that's not their job. Their job is just to interpret and say what it is that it says. If the law says all black people need to suck a fucking dick, then they must interpret that to be that, even if it is unjust, absurd, or anomalous. So this seems very weird to be in here. But again, I ain't a goddamn lawyer, nor am I a legal expert, nor do I have any legal qualifications. So maybe this is normal, but it seems odd to me. It is a big PDF, 88 pages. The parties also drew the court's attention to the fact that Section 9 states first that on the issue of a GRC, a person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender, and then, in the parentheses, that the person's sex becomes that of the acquired sex. We do not draw any inference from this as to the intended breadth of the rule set out in Section 9. In our judgment, the word in parentheses gender are more likely to be intended to forestall any argument that might have arisen in the rule referred only to gender and not to sex, and to reflect the fact that the words gender and sex were used interchangeably in legislation at the time the GRA 2004 was introduced. Legislation across the statute book assumes that all individuals can be categorised as belonging to one of two sexes or genders, and those terms have been used interchangeably. This seems like an insane ruling. Let me reread it, and then I'll say why it seems insane to me. The parties also drew the court's attention to the fact that Section 9 states first that on the issue of a GRC, a person's gender, for all purposes, the acquired gender, and then in parentheses, that the person's sex becomes that of the acquired sex. Fine. We do not draw any inference from this as to the intended breadth of a rule set out. Oh, wait, no, it's fine. Okay, never mind. I thought later it was saying that, because this bit with sex and gender being interchangeable, this doesn't seem to make sense. Because this ruling, a person's gender becomes for all purposes the acquired gender, and then in parentheses, the person's sex becomes the acquired sex. Why would you have both of those laid out if sex and gender are interchangeable here? They're clearly not. This doesn't even make grammatical sense if these are interchangeable. That seems ludicrous to me. But that's what they've said. We can address some preliminary points that were raised by the parties. The appellant submitted that the usefulness of Section 9 was now spent because the problems encountered by trans men and trans women that the legislation were designed to remove have all been removed by other legislation. The pension age for men and women has now been equalised. The gender distinctions in many social security benefits have been removed. Civil partnerships and marriage can now validly entered into by same-sex as well as different-sex couples. Given the diminished relevance of GRA 2004 to the rights of transgender people, the appellant argues that the rule of Section 9 is already largely spent. So the 4 Women Scotland are saying, yo, you don't even need to be counted as women. You already get all the things that are really important. Like, you can get married and you just have to say that it's a gay wedding, even if you're a straight couple. That's fine. And what was the other one they said? And the other things have been equalised. My retort, why do you give a fuck about these things then? If I am already getting all those things of why I would want to be recognised as a woman, and I don't need any carve-outs, why do you? Right? If I'm already being treated equally, if I'm already getting all the same things, if male and female is equal, then why do the people of the 4 Women Scotland Limited group care about their own rights here? Why do they give a fuck about this at all if all of these things have been equalised by other laws? Obviously they have not. Obviously. Otherwise none of this would be happening. Stupid. We do not accept that. Good. No, this is going to be something else. No, is that the same thing? Although many provisions... Okay, yeah. Respondents. Scottish ministers. Fuck yeah. Because this is retarded. Oh, this is the Supreme Court. Yes, Supreme Court. Rare W. We do not accept that. Although many provisions of GR 2004 have been overtaken by other legislative developments, we consider that the Act continues to have relevance and importance in providing for legal recognition of the rights of transgender people. This recognition of their changed status has practical effects for individuals' rights and freedoms, including, for example, in the context of marriage, pensions, retirement, and social security, but also in recognising their personal autonomy and dignity and avoiding unacceptable discordance in their sense of identity as a transgender person living in an acquired gender. We also agree with the Scottish ministers that the GRA 2004 is concerned with relationships between private parties as well as between transgender person and the state. Rare Supreme Court W. They pushed back on that. Oh no, here we go. We do, however, see force in Mr. Cooper's argument that the carve-out in Section 9 is not limited to express statutory provision excluding the application of Section 9, or to circumstances where that is a necessary implication. The necessary implication test was discussed by House of Lords in R v Special Commissioner of Income Tax. That case concerned the abrogation. Repeal or abolition of a law. The abolition, we'll say, of an important common law right, namely the right to rely on legal professional privilege to resist a request of disclosure of documents. Paragraph 5 of his speech, Lord Hobhouse, what a brilliant name, Lord Hobhouse of Woodborough, said that where the statute did not contain any express words that abrogated that right, the question arose whether there was necessary implication to that effect. He described the test to be applied in those circumstances as distinguishing between what it would have been sensible or reasonable for Parliament to have included, or what Parliament would, if it had thought about it, probably have included, and what it is clear that the express language of the statute shows that the statute must have included a necessary implication of matters expressed language and logic, not interpretation. Okay. Basically, spirit of the law, not the word of the law. And that's how I understand what they've just said. Because even though in this thing, the statute didn't contain any express words that abrogated the right, question arose whether there was necessary implication. So, spirit of the law, not the word of the law. Okay, how are we doing for time? We do need to be wrapping up. Okay, we're at 102 now. How much further have we got in this section? Not a ton. Okay, let's blast through these. 102 to 108. And then we get to leave off at case law on the operation of Section 9. My goodness, this is so much. I was not ready for 88 pages. How the hell do other streamers do this? I've been going for like hours. Okay, 102 is where we were at. However, the stringency of a necessary implication test is not appropriate when considering the application of Section 9 of the GRA 2004. The principle of legality described by Lord Hoffman in the Secretary of State for the Home Department, is not engaged here. This is not a case where the court is being asked to override a basic tenet of a common law or constitutional rights. We therefore reject the submissions made by Miss Irvine for the Scottish ministers and by the EHRC that only express wording or necessary implication applying that stringent test can disapply the rule in Section 9. That was wordy as fuck. I don't even know what it means. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. And I still don't understand that. However, the stringency of the necessary implication test is not appropriate when considering the application of Section 9. Oh. So they're saying that 101 doesn't apply to 102. Okay. Because it's not a case where the court is being asked to override a basic tenet of a common law or constitutional rights. Seems close to it, but whatever. We also reject the submission that the carve-out in Section 9 only operates in respect of future legislation and not legislation, such as SDA 1975, which was already enacted at the date when the GRA 2004 was enacted. Ms. Irvine submitted that the GRA 2004 itself made exhaustive provision for how the rule was to apply to existing statutes. We do not accept that Section 9 refers to any other enactment, and those words have a clear meaning. Doesn't it specifically say that? We do not accept that Section 9, subsection 3, refers to any other enactment, and those words have a clear meaning. What? Oh. So they're saying that the any other enactment thing refers to all of law and not just subsequent law. We also reject the submission that the carve-out in Section 9, subsection 3, only operates in respect of future legislation and not legislation. So it is all of legislation, not just what's coming up, such as SDA 1975, it affects that, which was already enacted at the date when the GRA 2004 was enacted. Miss Irvin submitted, Miss Irvin submitted, the GRA 2004 itself made exhaustive provision for how the rule was to apply to existing statute. Miss Irvin must be for frickin' Scottish ministers, because that's exactly what that says. How could they possibly... Am I stupid here? We also reject the submission that the carve-out only operates with respect to future legislation and not just legislation. So if you're rejecting that it is just future legislation and you're saying it's all legislation, then it's all legislation, such as the SDA, which was already enacted at the date when the GRA 2004 was enacted. Miss Irvin submitted that the GRA 2004 itself made exhaustive provision for how the rule was to apply to existing statutes. We don't accept that, says the court. Section 9.3 refers to any other enactment, and those words have a clear meaning. Oh, okay. Fuck, I was struggling with that one. They don't accept what Miss Irvin said. Instead, they say that Section 9 means any other enactment. It's not that they don't accept that Section 9 says any other enactment. That semicolon is doing a lot of weight there. Jesus fuck. Okay. We're good. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Did anybody else get confused like I did, or was that making sense to everybody else the whole time? Okay. Court accepts any other enactment. It is true, as Miss Koppel appearing for the EHRC pointed out, the explanatory notes for the GRA 2004 described Section 9.3 as meaning that the general proposition in Section 9, subsection 1, was subject to exceptions made by the Act itself, and for the future by any other enactment or subordinate legislation. But that is not what Section 9, subsection 3 says, and we conclude that the notes are in error in this regard. So, subsection 1 says that exceptions made by the Act and for the future by any other enactment. It sounds like they're saying subsection 1 kind of sounds like it is only meaning future stuff. Subsection 3 clearly states it's all legislation, and so they're ruling it was probably a typo, basically. Yeah, I'm also very fatigued. We're on 105 now of evidence. We're going to get to 108 because I am fatigued. My voice is fatigued. We're getting through it though. I mean, it is a court document. It's going to be big. 88 pages is fucking big, but Jesus Christ. The Court of Appeal referred in McConnell at paras 23 onwards to an issue that has been raised at first instance before the President of the Family Division, Sir Andrew McFarlane, as to whether Mr. McConnell could lawfully have been provided with fertility treatment, which resulted in the birth of his son. In this judgment, at first instance, blah, 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 the President noted that the fertility treatment provided to the clinic to Ms. McConnell could only lawfully be provided if it comprised treatment services capable of being licensed by the Human Fertilization and Embryology Act of 1990. Treatment services were defined in Section 2 of the HFEA as services provided for the purpose of assisting women to carry children. It is a criminal offence to undertake the creation of an embryo except in pursuance of a licence. Present noted. If at the time he received treatment services at the clinic, Mr. McConnell had been a woman, which by virtue of GR certificate he was not, then the placing into his womb of gametes in the form of permitted sperm would have been lawful under the terms of a clinic's licence. Assuming any other licence conditions had been complied with, it must, however, be at least questionable whether provisions of treatment services to a man is within the range of activities the HFEA is permitted to authorise by licence. In my opinion, that's fucking retarded. We're saying that this trans dude, Mr. McConnell, he had sperm put into his womb. How can we call him a man? Dude, come on, seriously? Like, of all the things we're going with, that makes no sense. Like, in my mind, treatment services are available for men and women, and then you just go by what their anatomy requires. So, right? Unless we just have some weird fucking case law and a weird fucking written law in terms of how this whole treatment services shit works. Oh, I see, because the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act, treatment services were defined in Section 2 of the HFEA as services provided for the purposes of assisting women to carry children. And he's a man being assisted to carry children. In my opinion, that would just mean that the Embryology Act maybe needs updating in its language, not that we need to be updating what a man and a woman is. Just the Act needs some updating of its language, surely. The government's case before the court in McConnell was that decision that Mr. McConnell was not a woman for the purposes of a scheme would have grave adverse policy consequences. The treatment might be wholly outside the regulatory scheme, with the possible result not only that the treatment was unlawful, but that the donor of the sperm became the legal father of the child. The government also rejected Mr. McConnell's argument that the word woman in the HFEA now meant person, that would cause insuperable problems elsewhere in the HFEA. The President declined to determine the issue, and the Court of Appeal also did not consider it necessary or appropriate to comment on the question of whether Mr. McConnell's treatment was lawfully provided. So they're saying that they're not going to mention whether this was legal or not, but they are going to say that it's pretty sus in terms of how we now define woman, which in itself seems sus, but whatever. Surely the resolution here is to update this law, but whatever. But I guess that's not what's being provided to them, so they don't have access to that. But I don't know, this seems really silly to me. The court also does not express any view on that issue. We note only that the effect of Rule Section 9 on the very many statuses referring to men and women, whether enacted before or after GRA 2004, must be carefully considered in the light of the wording, context and policy of the statute in question. It is likely to be unhelpful for the coherence of the law to impose a stringent test for the application of Section 3. Yeah. So it seems like this is their big one. Like this seems to have had a huge... Because all of the others, they're siding with the Scottish ministers. But that one is like... They seem to be really heavily siding with For Women in Scotland. Okay, we will save this for next time. Let me grab my link and I'll save that somewhere later. If any of you guys are interested, here is the article. What do you think? So far, at least. Because it's felt to me like in almost everywhere, in almost everywhere so far, as they've laid it out, it seems like they would be leaning towards Scottish ministers. Now, we know the result is that they didn't lean towards the Scottish ministers, but like that's what it everywhere is lining up for. So it's weird that they didn't. I'm guessing coming up, we're going to have a lot of things that move way more towards the For Women Scotland bit. That one that we've just seen is going to be stuff like that, I guess, where it's like weird little things in law where the law is interacting on a more biological level. So, for example, treatment services facility, unless you've had your womb removed, then you're probably going to be receiving similar to what all women received. And so if the law has any sway on that, then things get fucky. Which is probably where a lot of this comes into it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what comes. Okay, we're wrapping up now. So, things to do with Trans Network. What have we got coming up tomorrow? Tomorrow, no stream tomorrow, because I need to go get laser stuff. Your current life situation does not fully allow you to understand other countries' problems. Yeah, that's valid. I just thought this would be really interesting. And I think case law like this is going to be really interesting, and it's going to be quite important for reviewing what's going to happen around the world. Because essentially, as I see it, we've started off with America going hardcore against trans people. Like super crazy, obsessing over trans people. And then now we have the UK saying, yo, go fuck yourself. What are other countries going to do now is the question. Are they still going to follow this pattern? I'm not sure. I think I heard that there was something happening in France soon. I do not remember that at all. So I could be totally off there. It'll be interesting to see what Scotland does with this, because generally the Scottish government has been really trying to be supportive for trans people. Hence, this is the Scottish, the For Women for Scotland Limited versus the Scottish ministers. The Scottish ministers have been trying to be supportive towards trans people. So, like, they've been going really hard. So we'll see sort of what comes, I guess. Yeah, Mel, don't worry about it. That's totally fine. But yeah, so I guess we'll find out. Anyway, tomorrow, no stream. Wednesday, we'll continue this. Because tomorrow I have laser right in the middle of stream, and it's just going to mess up timings. So yeah, that's that. Another thing, I am still in the process of deciding whether in future we have a second workshop a week, which I would probably put in Wednesdays to be somewhere in the middle. It is one of our streaming days anyway, but like at the same time, that brings us down to like 2 stream days, and a lot of that is going to be teaching time. So, and that limits the availability for public lessons. It means you can only you can only book a public lesson during 1 to 4 my time, BST, Monday, Tuesday. So it heavily limits that. So I'm not really quite sure about it really. I don't know. I don't really have a way to balance that out. Trans people need to be allowed to be themselves everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It sucks. I mean, the main thing here is, like, for most of us, is going to be, if we were to get a gender recognition certificate, it's going to be WARDS is the main thing, in my opinion. And it seems like a weird-ass ruling, and we'll see what the NHS does. I feel like eventually there'll be pushback against this. Because imagine a situation where the most fucking passing cis dude, buff as fuck, imagine, what's his name? Buck Angel. Imagine Buck Angel walking into your fucking women's ward. Really? That's what you want for Women Scotland? I feel like the big thing that these groups aren't thinking about is trans men, because nobody fucking thinks about trans men. Everybody forgets they exist. So I wonder whether shit's going to change real quick as soon as people start noticing trans men in women's spaces. Especially when we're talking a space that only has a men's space and a women's space and not a trans space. this is going to get weird. This is the world you want for Women's Scotland. Book Angel in your fucking women's ward. It's just going to be ridiculous. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The bathroom one is going to be the hilarious one to me if they try to do something with that. Because again, like the argument, because it's the argument it's always made, is like something to do with protecting women and children against those evil men that's going to come and do things in your fucking bathroom. And like, Book Angel, you're scared of me going to the bathroom? Well, Book Angel's all good. What? That makes no sense to me. Book Angel could like fucking snap me. Could probably snap a lot of people. He's a strong dude, you know? He's a man. Like, this is what men look like, you know? I feel like people are forgetting what transition does and what trans men look like. Trans men is going to be like the way that all of this stops making sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's insane. It's insane to me. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, I suppose. Anyway, all right. I'm going to head off. Remember about the competition. So whenever you guys are showing up to these live streams, proud of what you're doing with Trans Network. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where it's going. I'm pretty happy that this live stream was successful. Part of me was worried that no one would turn up and it'd be really fucking sad. But you guys did show up, so thank you for that. Remember that showing up has you participating in or earning points, so you can then participate in the giveaway. So if you are looking for free lessons, 6 private lessons for free, yeah, get your points going. Every 100 points, you get to buy an entry. If you use !points, I'll do mine right now to give you a little demo. You can see how many points you have. Obviously, I have an insane amount of points because I'm using that for testing stuff. I'm not going to be buying entries, obviously. That would be insane. There's a little delay, as you'll see, and then it tells you your points. Generally, I've set it so that every hour you earn about 120 points. So every hour that you are here and participating in chat, you will earn points. Based on how things have worked this live stream, if you are inactive in chat, it will stop counting you because it needs you to be active in it for it to be able to count you. So just keep that in mind. You do need to be active in chat. That's how the chatbot knows you're there. Otherwise, it just can't track you properly because it doesn't get like stats from YouTube or anything. Cool. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so we've got the giveaway going on. Obviously, next workshop is going to be on Saturday. We'll resume that on Wednesday. 1 o'clock BST. Check that in your own time zone. Also, Friday, special event on Friday. Normally, we would have a makeup workshop on Friday. However, my makeup artist can't make it this time. So instead, we're going to have just a little D&D session. There's going to be a practice run for me. The idea is essentially passive voice training. You can go use your voice and everything you've learned so far. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be what you're currently learning. Use what you learned so far. Use drills as you're talking. And I'll do my best to help people with that as we play D&D together. It's just going to be a bit of fun. For D&D, we're not taking it too seriously. Bit of fun. It's a trial run for me because that's something that I hope to add for the Ko-fi members. Ko-fi is how most of this is funded. I'm able to be doing this right now, mainly because of Ko-fi. I was able to take some time off and steadily build up my my student base because I knew that I already had some money coming in from the Ko-fi. So this is happening right now because of those Ko-fi people. They are huge. So if you want to support this and you want to support trans people's services by Trans Network, then head to the Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. All of that money gets reinvested into more services for people. Like the makeup workshops especially, I was able to hire a makeup artist off of the money we raised on Ko-fi. So that's how these things get provided to you via the Ko-fi. And as of next month, I will start be doing some regular D&D over there for the Ko-fi people as a practice thing. Cool. Anything else I'm supposed to mention? Oh yeah, subscribe to YouTube. We're trying to build up the YouTube. As I mentioned earlier, we're really trying to build up the YouTube right now. So we have enough clout so that I can invite other people on stream. I'm really wanting to host some debates between different voice tutors, going over different pedagogies, and going over some of the big, like, I know you guys won't know as much as students, but as a teacher that's like recently joined a lot of these communities, like the drama behind the scenes is insane. So I want to bring some of that to light, and I want it to be very clear. I want to at least have some debates going on where we can actually discuss, like, is this way of teaching good, or is this way of teaching bad? And should we be shitting on this person, or should we not be shitting on this person? For example, like, there is huge conflict between a lot of different voice teachers and the voice teachers of linguistics. Everybody seems to hate on linguistics. So what if we had a debate between some people from linguistics and some of the people that are very anti-linguistics, and had them debate each other and we'll get to the bottom of it. Who's right? Because I think that would be really useful for you guys as learners, so that one, you can like understand what is good teaching and is bad teaching, vet the teachers that you like hire, and just know like what exercises you should be doing and shit like that, you know? Like we'll have a debate on, is big dog, small dog good? And stuff like that. So yeah, that's the plans for the future. That all requires for YouTube to get bigger. That's why we're doing events like the giveaway we're doing right now. If you want to help with stuff like that, or if you want to help the channel, if you want to help the community in general, but you don't have money to do so, the best way to help is just doing stuff on the YouTube. So liking videos, sharing videos, making comments. A really helpful thing that requires very little effort is when you go to bed, head over to one of the playlists and just stick it on, and then leave out running overnight. That will tell YouTube that like, oh, people are fucking loving this content. They watch it for like 8 hours straight, even though you're just sleeping. They stay up all night to watch this content. That's what the YouTube algorithm is thinking. And therefore it's like, damn, I should be telling everybody about this. And it branches out, and we help show more people that they can have these free services. And yeah, it helps build the channel. So if you're wanting to help, but you don't have financial, like if you're not able to financially support, then doing that and stuff like that is going to really, really help. Just helping promoting what's going on. And it'll help other trans people know that like, hey, we're out here. We have the cheapest lessons in existence. We've made this as affordable as possible. You can get free lessons. You can get lessons at £20 for a 55-minute lesson. Nobody does it that cheap. I've never seen a more affordable lesson than that. So, yeah, get it out there to people. It'd be a great help to me, be a great help to the community, and it'll be a great help to the people that you tell. Okay then, guys, I will see you on Wednesday. Alright then. Goodbye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.